everywhere. Freaks and herrings, dykes and fairies. Tell me where it's empty. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till they are never rich no more.
Feeds the dying light and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. 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 Speed of light. Speed of light.
Tell a minute.
Speed of light.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick up, pick up like one or two. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley-oops, we returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Yup. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you. Yup. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you.
Hey Taylor, I got you. Look, I'm saving half for you cause I got it bad for you. Don't you ever trip about it, we can even passport it. You deserve it, you ain't even gotta ask for it. Life's a marathon and I wouldn't wanna fast forward. And for the love it was back and forth like tennis. Indy down to Atlanta like every weekend. No matter what we had on the schedule, progressing with every pedal. Momentum at speed of light, I need me like 20 medals, yes. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Break it down, nothing new. Let's say we rendezvous. One or two, especially if I love you. Just for you. Trips out to Malibu. From a blowing loop.
Speed of light. Catch me. Catch me. Catch me. Speed of light.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. I feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. I feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now.
Speed of light. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. Your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. You're keeping me from feeling all alone. I've been praying to 1,000 different stars, to 1,000 different arms.
Hello and welcome to Howling eSports League Season 1 playoffs presented by the Howling eSports organization. I'm Paul, pleased to be joined by Beatdown Boulevard once again in the booth. And we've got an incredible game for you today between Laogan Ma and Lethal Rage.
Yes, sir, Paul, we do. We have your winners final here in the Howling eSports Tournament playoffs. And we're just going to take a look at the bracket really quick to show you how things have been transpiring so far. And, of course, again, winners final, Lauganma versus Lethal Rage is what we're looking to start off with today, and we got a couple of talking points already with these two squads, both the number 1 and 2 seed throughout the regular season, so easily the two best teams. However, it's worth noting when these two teams face off, Lethal Rage can never overcome them on the side of LGM.
Yeah, and so the interesting thing is, like, we have this David and Goliath sort of scenario, right? Like, LGM faltered a little bit yesterday, gave up their first game, or, first game of the season yesterday, haven't lost a series yet. And so, coming into today, now it's going to see, can Lethal Rage put it together, make things ultimately happen here? And the interesting thing, too, is, you think about the pressure of playoffs, right? That changes everything, man. Like, now that things are on the line, you don't have regular season to fall back on. You can't be like, oh, we'll figure it out next week. It's do or die time.
Well, they still luckily had that little bit of the buffer, because, of course, if Lethal Rage do fall here, or even LGM, they do just proceed straight to the losers final that's going to be played on Saturday. So there's definitely a little bit of a chance here, but again, like, it would just be so great, especially because we've been looking at Lethal Rage lately towards the end of the season. They haven't been looking that good. However, yesterday they had a very good showing to win their first game here in the playoffs. So maybe they're dispelling those doubts. To beat the team they have never been able to beat all season long in LGM, I think would make it pretty clear that they are not here to play around.
And it's funny, we were working, because it seems like it's just playoff time for League around the globe, right? So we have a lot of NA, North American Amateur Leagues, also in playoffs. And we had a team last night, they were the 4th seed, they literally won every other week during the regular season, and they're just blowing teams out of the water now. And so you can't really discount anybody in the playoffs, because if they find that one comp that just works, they put it in their back pocket and pull it out. And we're in a meta right now that you can kind of just play into a whole bunch of different things. Lethal Rage could put something together here. Yeah,
they really could. So it's basically just going to be whether or not Lethal Rage can really sneak out a win here today, because it is going to be a best of 3. And it's actually worth noting, we've been told that LGM are going to be missing their starting ADC for the first match here. So that could already be the opportunity for Lethal Rage to start off on the right foot. I know it's not the win you would really want for yourselves, but you know what? A win's a win, especially if it can get you straight towards that grand final.
Here's the flip side of that, right? If they don't win that first game, that second game's going to be a whole lot harder.
Oh no, yeah, I don't want to think about that.
Like, if you're not beating them without Jopa in, you're going to have a hard... it's definitely not getting easier when they bring their starter back in. So Lethal Rage really have to get all their ducks in order if they want to win game 1. Now, the thing that's already going to make it harder, they did have a penalty. They weren't on time to show up, so they're going to have a first ban not at their disposal as we take a look at the matchups here. So Cravings versus Hex Clip in the top lane, Kanavi Karsa coming in against Ventum in jungle, Sinolets against Christian in the mid lane, Fair and Arson in the bot lane, and rounding out the groups are Songran versus Fico. And so we're going to be keeping a close eye, especially like we said, on Arson filling in at ADC, at least for game 1. And ultimately here, so here's the thing too, at the end of the day, even if Lethal does take that game 1, Sans, Jopa being involved, you're still gonna have to find a way to take one with Jopa in there. And so a lot of interesting things that we could see themselves flesh out here, beat down. And for anyone just tuning in who may not be familiar with this league, these teams are diamond and up players. Sinolets is a grandmaster player, so this isn't just anybody here, right? These guys can flip on a switch and just take games over.
Yeah, that's right. And another interesting thing as well too is still having this first game advantage in the multi-game series is super important, because at the end of the day, the first game is where you try something. To quote I think it was Frosker in the LEC, the first game is where you throw out the Hitmaker, and then that's when you see how the other team is going to respond. And if it works, you don't have to actually change anything up. So if Lethal Rage actually find a good composition, find their rhythm in game one, and they win it, they very well could just more or less do the same thing in game two, and that's really all you need to take the series here.
Yeah, exactly. And just getting that momentum. There's an interesting discussion to be made about momentum in playoffs, right? But at minimum, having a good showing in game one at least gets your confidence up to a point where it's like, I think we have a chance here versus you come out and just drop a goose egg game one. I mean, we've seen that. That makes it a real hard climb back into things.
Yeah, it very much does. And I mean, as we're going into Champ Select too, and we talk about team compositions, I'm really curious to see if we're going to see anything spicy from either of these teams here, because just looking at what the chance these teams or these players, like to play, it looks like a lot of standard things. Aside from maybe some spicy bottom lane picks here, you can see the ADC player Fair for Lethal Rage does like to spice it up with the mages in the bot lane Syndra. Who knows? Maybe he could even pull out the Yasuo.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. So, again, we are stoked to have Laugan Ma and Lethal Rage going at it. We'll be cutting a Champ Select in just a second. Enjoy this exciting video. Champ Select time here. Just a reminder again, Lethal Rage will not have first ban at their disposal here. That's a penalty to start off because of a little bit of tardiness on their side. So we're going to see that ban go blank to open things up here. And Beatdown, yeah, I mean, we're looking through these OPGGs. I know one thing stood out to you as we're chatting and text through the opening video here. It looks like we might be seeing a couple of scary picks that could get away if they don't get banned.
Yeah, well, speaking of scary picks, you're already going to see the Caitlyn banned away. Super strong first pick here on this patch, so you definitely don't want to let that go through if you're on the red side here. We're going to see the response here. Some control mages being taken out. Already some really strong power picks on this patch as well. The Azir, Orianna, super popular in the highest levels of play. And they're just not available now.
Yeah, and I honestly, I love the Azir ban. I mean, Sinolitz, again, is one of the better, like, he's Grandmaster level. If that's a matchup that he already knows, hey, look, I don't want to deal with this. If that's someone you want to try to channel through, don't set him up into a losing matchup. You just can't afford that sort of thing. Christian, it appears, does like to play the Azir a whole lot. Cassio, Silas, and Azir for sure. So just going to ban that away. We'll take a look at some of the other bans coming in. Orianna, Lucian, and Ashe going to be banned next. We're already seeing first picks. So a Senna, Thresh bot lane potential here, playing in Cravings, and the Crows are going to lock in Hecarim and Ezreal here. So just a whole lot of heavy meta power picks.
Oh, Ezreal Zyra. I really like that one because you know what? The thing with Senna too is that she has some pretty good range as she scales up with how she stacks her souls, and it's really tough because blind picking Thresh isn't always the best decision there, because if you play a more poke-oriented support and response like Zyra, who's able to offer a lot of CC from range, a lot of damage from range, it's gonna be pretty tough for Arison and Vico, I believe it's pronounced, to be able to really just farm comfortably there in that bottom lane. So I'm really interested to see how that bot lane is actually going to play out. Yeah,
and so now we're already seeing, so we saw the Corki come out here as well for Christian here, and so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that mid lane throughout. Karth is going to be picked up next, and from the other side rounding out the comp, we're going to have an Akali, and we'll see who they opt for in this last pick. You could send an Akali, technically mid or top, but they're going to opt for an Aatrox in the top lane here, finishing up things with the Shen into that. And so both of these teams, again, really strong meta picks and really just comps that can scale so well into the late game.
Yeah, although I like Lethal Rage's composition, or at least I like the bottom lane pick, that early priority on the Ezreal Zyra. If you look at the rest of the composition here, it is going to be a little tough in these later team fights, especially once you pick the Aatrox, once you have a Hecarim. This composition is kind of just go, go, go. Once you get into the fight, you really don't have a way to get out of it. And it's going to be sinuous trying to get these picks on this assassin pick Akali as well throughout it. But if you're looking at Laoganma, this is just a very straightforward, almost basically front to back team fight, because you have your tanks in the Thresh and the Shen. You have Karthus, who's going to be power farming there in the jungle and being able to give some serious damage at range. And of course, you have Corki, who's going to outscale almost everybody in the lobby outside of the Senna, of course, who scales infinitely, honestly.
Yeah, and that's a terrifying thing, right? Like, you almost end up on a timer into the Senna here.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Because just that range, I believe you can shoot under the tower without getting hit by tower. If it's long enough into the game.
That requires like 80 to 100 stacks, if I remember correctly. It's just something ridiculous like that.
It is. Yeah, it's definitely an absurd number, but you can't let
but the
that
fact
happen.
That can happen does infuriate me, because it's just like, it's not fair, man.
Yeah, how can you make a champ do that? Like, why do they allow that to happen? But
I don't know. Have you seen Yone, bro? These guys, they're just all over the place these days.
Seriously though, and so the interesting thing for me looking at these comps, right, is the ability for Hexclip and Arsene to set themselves up with really interesting cross-map plays. Obviously, two really strong global ultimates. And obviously Christian's isn't a global ultimate in the same sense, but how quickly he can get around with the package and then set things up. They can make macro plays really quickly. And I think if they can make one of those, pre-level 10 even, like once the Shen starts to come online and Senna gets that first item spike, they could really run away with it here, because Lethal Rage obviously super strong comp too, but if they don't get their early game in on Hecarim and Ez, for instance, it could be really tough.
Yeah, that's a really good point, honestly, especially you mentioned the globals and the ability for cross-map play here for Laoganma. I would just go as far as to say as level 6, get ready to start seeing some craziness happen here, because not only do you have the Stand United from the Shen, the package from the Corki allowing him to get across the map very quickly, you also have the Requiem from the Karthus, another global ultimate. So there's so much damage where it's like, hey, we know you want to come over here, but we're just fine standing here and hurting you. And it's just going to be really frustrating here for Lethal Rage. The onus is definitely going to be on them in the early game and on a Crozo to see if he can set up some really important picks there. Especially, I would play through that bottom lane here with the Ezreal Zyra, who should have a pretty good time in that 2v2 against Arsene and Pyco.
And I believe we didn't get to mention yet either. That Lucian ban, actually, it's not an EDC ban. That's a top ban here. Cravings,
that's right.
Cravings popped off yesterday. In the top lane is Lucian, and look, I just put Lucian in any lane, and you're going to give me something worth watching. Like, I just want to make that clear. Lucian's just so fun to watch, but an absolute menace. If you let him get into that late game between mobility and power, there's not a whole lot you can do to stop him once he gets going. So really prudent ban, and that's a team doing their homework, right? They watched yesterday's game and went, hey, we're not standing. We're not letting that happen again.
Yeah, that's right. Especially, like, imagine if you want to play, if you know Cravings plays the Lucian and you want to pick Shen. Come on, you can't let that happen. Hexclip's going to have the worst game of his life, so it makes sense that they get rid of that pick. And now we're basically loading onto the Rift. We know what both of these teams need to do, and I can't wait to see how they're going to do it.
Yeah, we are in for an exciting one here between Laoganma and Lethal Rage. We are moving right along here in playoffs, of course. Here, LGM was undefeated in series play through the season here. Lethal Rage at number 2 coming in the playoffs here. And so now the winner of this series will qualify for Grand Finals Best of 5 on Sunday morning. And so winner takes all and moves on. Loser goes home. And really, there's no better situation than that in any esport or traditional sport here, Beatdown. When you have to put all your cards on the table and say, look, we have to win now or this is it. And this is as good as it gets for a Season 1 playoffs, too. Shout out to Howling eSports once again for not only having us today in the booth, but putting together all this and making this happen.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Big shout out to them. Super excited to see how things play out. We'll load onto the Rift here. I think, did you mention it, Paul? Because people might be wondering, there is a missing ban on the side of Lethal Rage. It is because they're late. So they did lose out on one ban. But however, it does look like they still managed to get their hands on everything they wanted to going into this game.
Yeah, and we could speculate to the umpteenth degree, but if you are given a deck and you only have to pick 4 bans, those are 4 really solid bans. They've made sure they got rid of some hyper carries in the jungle and mid lane, and yeah, you just change your priorities just a little bit there. And so what's interesting to me too, so Zyra I've been seeing a lot more of recently, I think, across the game just in general. I think Zyra's found her way into being a much better support than maybe she previously was, or maybe than people previously saw her. And that can give a lot of problems to a comp like Senna and Thresh that sometimes could take a little bit longer to come online. Senna obviously is just great throughout the game, but if you let Ez and Zyra get ahead and you can start roaming Zyra to basically play as a mid laner whenever Akali wants to roam, that could be really powerful for Lethal Rage.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see if Sinulet's on this Akali is also going to try to make these cross-map plays. Really strong spike at level 6 for that Akali. It's going to be a lot easier to 1v1 most of the squishy characters on the side of LGM here. Now we're going to load onto the Rift, and man, this looks cool.
Yeah, shout out to production here. They're smurfing us behind the scenes. They're like, oh, we don't have any cool videos.
They keep insisting they have no budget. And it's just like, really? Does somebody want to sponsor these guys? Because imagine if you gave them some money. Good Lord.
This is, look, whenever you guys want to come to North America and fix everything here, we're welcome to have you here. We'll set you up.
So yeah, please, God. Oh my God.
This is fantastic. Really, shout out to them and everyone tuning in. This is, I believe, 5 p.m. dinner time on your side of the pond, and it's nice and bright and early. Really a fantastic way for us to start our day over here. Again, I'm Paul. He's Beatdown Boulevard.
That's me.
Yeah, that's that guy. The caster name of Beat Paul. We're gonna keep off the streets here. But
I was gonna say we should really talk about renaming that one. I don't want people to think I beat you up.
Yeah, Beat Paul Boulevard.
Oh no!
Oh, this is gonna be a good time.
Yeah, but it looks like so far we're gonna see I wouldn't say a deep-ish ward from Lethal Rage, just to try to get some information on where Ventum is gonna be across the map here. So it is gonna be a little bit useful as you see Hexclip just walk into lane here. So far, again, we already know what both teams want to do here. You want to hang back and farm just a little bit if you're on the side of Laogan Ma. However, if you're Lethal Rage, once your solo laners get to that level 6 mark, that's when you want to start making plays. And hopefully, Crozo, once he builds towards, who's very likely building towards that Trinity Force, once he's able to do so, is going to try to make some plays across the map as well.
Another thing to highlight, keep in mind for anyone tuning in and maybe missing some of the intro content here, Jopa is not in for this game. I believe we'll be back for game 2, but at the very least is not playing ADC in this particular game. So even more so here, the onus is on Lethal Rage. How do you find a way to take game 1 when maybe one of the stronger players isn't available here from Laogan Ma? So again, Lethal Rage coming in here underdogs, but certainly not out, as regular season doesn't necessarily mean one team's going to show up over another. Now, so far, everything's pretty chalky here. We're not seeing anyone. The junglers are just going to be pathing to the end of their routes, and it looks like they might meet topside here, as we do see Hexclip pushing in the wave pretty hard.
Yeah, it's definitely a prime gank opportunity from a Crozo. If he so chooses, Ventum is going to finish doing a full clear on his side of the jungle first, and is going to be right on time for that Scuttle spawning here. But we might see a skirmish here in the river, unless a Crozo wants to run straight. No, he's actually going to make a play onto Ventum.
Oh, of course, we're going to go on to Ventum here. Ventum already has to burn the flash away, not able to pick up Scott, and now they're going to figure out who's going to get it. Sinnolet's going to step up looking for Ventum, going to flash in. Ventum does have double buffs, but is that going to matter? No, Sinnolet picks up the kill. A top lane rotation down from Hexclip, only going to take him back to spawn. That's a 2 for 1. Ventum able to pick up a kill on the Sinnolet's afterwards on the passive. And so a really hot start here for both sides, going to start throwing some punches.
Yeah, and Sinnolet's and Cravings both get the S because they finished that play in style. And that is a really crucial start here for Lethal Rage, exactly what they're looking to get done early on into the game here. And you can see Sinnolet's is actually applying a lot of pressure onto Christian as well on this Corki, who already is forced to take a very unfavorable recall.
Yeah, and so right now, as we'll continue to look here, so that play puts a kill onto Akali and Aatrox, and Akroza does pick up the 2 assists there, so getting some early gold. And, you know, both of these junglers are such strong farmers here. They're going to just be able to power farm their lanes or their jungle camps if they want to. And so ultimately, it'll be a matter of who's willing to gank and maybe risk falling behind a little bit CS, and who's just content to say, let me get to level 6 and just start raising health.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing that might end up being a problem for Lethal Rage later. Actually, going to scratch that. Christian's life is in danger.
Ooh, yeah, Sinnolet's here. Sinnolet's, excuse me, here, going to fall pretty low. Going to just move back under tower into safety here. And so they're going to have to rotate away. And we'll obviously be keeping our eye again on Sinnolet's throughout, but that first kill really helping out here, already getting some damage in.
Yeah, that's right. And we actually, we're going to see the flash play in the bottom lane. Action won't stop.
Yeah, Fair going to be chunked down quite a bit here. Arson and Fike with such a powerful lane here throughout the game. Going to have to channel back, but the Dragon being starting here by a Crozo, and he's going to pick that one up for free. And they're going to be happy to have a Cloud Drake in the first objective on the board.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, too, even though they get Fair's flash, it took the flashes of both bottom laners on the side of LGM, so you're definitely happy with that trade.
He didn't see Ventum. He didn't see him. Cravings
no.
Get caught out here. Ventum putting in the slow. Here comes the taunt. Going to flash over. Can he get enough healing to stay alive? And can he proc his level 6? He's looking for it. Hexclip going to move in, flash it, and it finds the kill here and evens the game up at 2-2.
We're just throwing summoners out all across the map here, but it's looking like it's paying off for Laoganma. They've evened out the gold store. Gold is still even though Lethal Rage got that first dragon. And that's a really good kill there, especially on Hexclip. Shen, he has hit that level 6 mark. So you gotta imagine they're looking to make a play across the map real soon. Speaking of plays.
Oh, Fair again. Getting chunked out. Fyco and Arson not afraid to step up here. None of that to fear. Looking for the first kill for them. And Arson picking it up. Songran going to get out of there. And now here comes the turn here from Laoganma.
That's right. They're definitely answering back. Not sitting idly by and taking all of these engages from Lethal Rage. So far, it's 3-2 now. Laoganma are actually ahead. And although gold is slightly even here, we could see a Crozo make a play mid, but it's looking like he's just going to go for some counter jungling. He might actually run into Ventum in the process, though.
Yeah, and I think I like that both teams that you highlighted too. Neither team's really afraid to rip summoners, right? They're recognizing, hey, if I can get this first kill and put myself ahead a little bit, by the time I have to use it again, I'll probably be in an okay spot to get out of whatever trouble I put myself in here. And so, you know, all things evened up here with not another dragon for another 3 minutes. I think we're going to just keep seeing trading. Both teams content to keep up these duels and just fight for whatever early game advantages they can.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it's worth noting too, Arson. Arson in that bottom lane has actually already completed that Manamune. So he is a decent bit ahead of Fair here, which is going to prove some problematic.
Oh, Crozo finding out Ventum. He does have ultimate available, so they got to get rid of him quicker. He'll be able to proc that from the grave. Songran and made the rotation up as well, finds the kill. Here's Sinnolet's here. Lamp's going to get him out at least for now. Sinnolet's backs away, and they'll survive the ultimate from the grave. but that's a really nice kill and pickup in the jungle.
And what makes it even nicer is Hexclip committed to stand united in hopes that he could save his jungler, but isn't successful, is going to lose that minion wave that's sitting at his tower too. So he's going to have to be content with farming the next one here. So it's unfortunate you get two really big ultimates out of Laoganma. If you're Lethal Rage, you're very happy with that one.
Oh, yeah, that's such a great move into the jungle here. Here comes Cravings looking for something on the Hexclip. Arce going to burn the ultimate across the map, going under the tower here with the ultimate, but can he get the kill? And he's going to lose his life. Oh, can't get away from the aggro and Hexclip with the Giga Brain.
You know what? I think you back off immediately as soon as the Ignite comes out here, because the nice thing about Aatrox, especially when he is ulting you, he gets that nice little bit of lifesteal, but if that is reduced and you're trying to tower dive, I'm not a mathematician, but something about that just doesn't add up, and you see the result of it there. Hexclip gets a nice kill, and plus he's sitting on that Bramble Vest as well, which is actually a really nice buy against this Aatrox, who basically just trying to swing for the fences on this Shen constantly.
Yeah, that's just such an intelligent buy coming back in the lane with that. And yeah, so at this point, it gets interesting, right? We already saw Arsene use the global ultimate to help out Hexclip, and probably was really what made the difference ultimately. So credit to Arsene for being Johnny on the spot, hitting for the heals and shield there. But now it's where can Hexclip, when his ultimate's back up, make a play across the map? As Hexclip looking to get a taunt and fighting Cravings, they're going to do it once again. Pop some Airborne, just going to keep dwindling each other down a bit here. And action aplenty across the map.
Yeah, Bramble Vest and Balmy Cinder. Craving is going to have to think a little bit more about attacking this Shen head on here. He's really going to have to watch out for that damage coming onto him. And oh my god, look at this.
Oh, he's chunking down Cravings once again. He pulls him back in. He wants more of the action here. Hexclip moving up. Keep in mind, Cravings doesn't even have flashback yet. He'll be coming back shortly here, but here comes the Crozo on the bot side. Arce going to try to get out. Beautiful lamp to make the escape. Ezreal ultimate does not land, and the gank at least backed them off, but they're still more than alive.
Yeah, although you were hopefully trying to get that play so you can set up for Dragon, but unfortunately it looks like Laoganma are going to get there first, and with the Hecarim ult not available, it's going to be really hard for Lethal Rage to actually engage here.
Yeah, they're going to try to do something, at least so they're able to slay the dragon. Fyco take it down, though. They're able to find two, finding three, so they find the dragon, but at what cost here? And Lethal Rage just putting up the kills.
You're definitely happy with that trade. You give him the dragon, but you pick up a handful of kills there, and shout out to Sinulix especially, who's putting out a lot of damage there in that fight, allowing for Crozo to finish off those kills here. We haven't really noted it yet, but this Hecarim brought Ignite instead of Ghost, which is...
oh, Cravings! Cravings, what are you doing? Steps up again into Hexclip there, eating the Ventum ultimate, taken down. Yeah, Herald chunking down mid-tower here. And so Lethal Rage really letting LGM know, hey, you're not going to walk away with this one for free. We're here to play.
It's really unlucky, but I think at this point you got to accept, yeah, I can't fight Shen anymore, and you just have to be okay with that, because he is really strong right now, has purchased the Ninja Tabai, and that literally seals it. This Aatrox can no longer harm the Shen, and that's just kind of how it's going to be for the rest of the game. I think if you're Cravings, you just focus on farming, and Sinulix, you just focus on trading here.
Yeah, I think if we don't see Cravens back off a little bit, this Shen might get to a point where when he makes a move into a fight here, with the ultimate, it's just going to be... what are you going to do to stop him, right? He's just going to move through everybody and just find the taunt, set up everybody else here. So things can get a little dangerous here. Here comes Fyco, though. It's stuck around here to fight against Sinulix here. Ultimate coming out from Arsene provides the heal and has to back off. And it looks like they might be able to get some plates off that. At least build up some gold. Cravings, though. He's craving more trades with Hexclip, finding it an advantageous one. But here comes Ventum on the rotation here, caught out. Going to be chunked down, and ultimately, are they going to finish him up? They do, and Hexclip picked up another kill here. Fyco on the run, flashing away. Sinulix and Ventum now looking at a 3v3 as Hexclip joins the fray. Zyra ultimate comes out, a Crozo moving in, and they would just back off, but once again, Cravings fighting off more than he can chew.
Yeah, and this is actually gonna that fight right there is actually gonna help me segue into something I want to talk about earlier. So interestingly enough, Crozo building just tank stats essentially on this Hecarim isn't really looking to do a lot of serious damage, which is I understand if you don't really have any frontliners. I can see why that's an idea you want to go for, but I think Hecarim is most optimally built when you build damage. There are many junglers in the highest levels of play who literally just sit on Hunter Talisman all game in favor of building that Trinity Force, because the damage, when you come in the fight with that devastating charge and all your other abilities, that damage you can do can end fights very quickly, and that's what you want to play for here. So I think as we get later into the game, Crozo is going to struggle to be really helpful for his team outside of basically being an alt bot.
We'll definitely have to keep our eye on that. And the other thing we have to keep an eye on now, and we'll see if it's permanent here, as teams start to enter the team fighting phase, but it looks like we're seeing a lane swap here. Sinolets did go topside, at least for then. Okay, they are going to switch back here. So playing musical chairs here on who's got what lane assignments, but ultimately it's only going to be for a few more minutes likely, as both teams are going to have to jostle for third dragon and see what's coming up next.
That's right, we do know that it is going to be a Mountain Soul, so a nice little bit of resistances for each dragon, a shield for the Soul, which I'm sure both teams would love very much. But I think if you're Lethal Rage, as the game gets longer, you got to start thinking to yourself, you know what, I really want that shield. I really want those resistances, because their comp's looking just a little tiny bit squishy, I gotta say.
Yeah, and you probably wanted Cravings to end up functioning as like a bruiser frontline, but that option's all but gone at this point, right? Like Shen's just taking over this matchup, is going to win that one-on-one pretty much the rest of the game here, as Hexcup takes a good chunk out of him there. And so now, even though Lethal Rage does have the gold advantage, Laugan Ma has to feel pretty good about moving into this late game and thinking, okay, we might just have enough power to rip through this team.
Yeah, and it is a 2k gold lead, but you can see it's spread apart across different members, so it's not as impactful as one would make. Oh, Cravings
getting chunked out again. Ventum combining the ultimate with Hexclips, just sheer lead here. I mean, it just continues to grow here. Observer, if we could take a look at the gold difference here individually for the top lane. Thank you so much. So it's a 1k gold lead in the top lane, and jeez, and I think that's just going to keep ballooning here. It's absolutely crazy here, and that 1-1 is just going to keep getting less and less favorable.
Oh yeah, see, and there it is. The 2k gold league essentially is more or less Sinulets on the Sakali being so far ahead of Christian here. And now because of that play made topside, Lethal Rage are like, okay, we're just going to walk down and take the second dragon of the game. And that's going to be... I think Laugan might want to trade for this Herald, but Ventum seems very unsure. It looks like he's just going to back off.
Yeah, he wasn't quite sure. He thought about it. He gave it a real hard look, and he gave it one hit. A little tap on the back, and was just like, yeah, you know what? Stay here, Kelly. I'll be back.
Will he, though? That's the question. He doesn't move very quickly.
Yeah, dude's a real slow major. Also, shout out to Insider. Thank you for showing us the gold and just everything on the production side. So please tip Insider.
Look on the inside.
Give him your ooh, I like that. Give him your love. He's rocking everything on the production side today. So thank you for that. Oh, Backlead's on the camera. We've got these guys are smurfing out here, but Crozo and Cravings are going to look to Rift Herald instead here. Again, Ventum took a look at it, decided not to. And this will at least give an opportunity here to extend the goal lead. Obviously, plates are long gone, but at least open up the map a little bit more here, for the side of Lethal Rage.
So still, I don't really like the Laugan Ma kind of ignored it. They're on the bottom side of the map on the side of Lethal Rage going for Dragon. That would have been your opportunity to take it. Instead, you give up both. You give up the neutrals on both sides of the map. You lose your top tier 1 tower. Although this 2v2 does look good for LGM.
Yeah, Hexup going to go in, get a Crozo below half here. He comes back and he's going to just obliterate Ventum here, send it far away. It doesn't able to help out anything here. Christian and Hexup now going to look for the 2-on-3, find one. Sinolets going to fall low, hiding in the shroud, but taken down, finding the shutdown. Can they get rid of Shelly before the charge? They do, and they can live with that exchange as they go 2 for 1.
Yeah, and the mid laners both use their TPs to join the fray. However, the kills still go very much in favor of Laoganma. The gold lead is starting to basically narrow down, and if this keeps up, LGM are going to surpass Lethal Rage at this rate as well here. You can see we're getting pretty close to these item breakpoints that you're looking for on both teams, so I imagine we're going to see a lot of bigger team fights coming in the next couple of minutes here. You see, especially Fair has that Iceborne Gauntlet with the Muramana already fully stacked. He stacks it so quickly. So you could I think Lethal Rage are going to look to try and make some big fights out in these next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and good observation too. Muramana is finished there, and Corky and Sen still working on theirs. Arsenal and Christian, so we'll see if they're able to finish off this fight soon. And at this point, they're just going to keep at LGM. Honestly, like despite it's a 1K gold lead, but in the elo we're in, that basically doesn't mean a whole lot, right? Like we saw that 2-on-3. Hexclip and could just step up into it confidently and say, "Hey, look, I'm so beefy. They're going to have a hard time chunking me down here." And they just have to be happy, too. And the idea of a mountain soul, they have to be salivating at that thought if they can put together some of these dragons and just give Shen even more resistance here. Sinolith's going to go after Ventum, though. Dive him under tower, has to flash away.
God.
And just rips through him here. Hexclip now caught in a 2-on-1 on the top side. Ventum's going to use the ultimate, try to bail out his top laner, but it's not enough. And Craven finally finds the shutdown.
Yeah, and that's a huge play on both sides of the map here from Lethal Rage. I like the invade from Sinulith. Very strong right now on the Akali. A lot of magic pen from that Oblivion Orb, those sorcerer shoes, and of course, the damage from the completed Gunblade means that taking out Ventum in its own jungle is going to be very simple. And yeah, this is good. This is a good way for Lethal Rage to push their gold lead even further and try to keep themselves in the game here. And speaking of, it looks like they want to fight.
Yeah, they're going to look for FICO here. He's going to be chunked down. Oh my god, it flashes away, but it's
red
not
buff
enough. A Crozo with the kill and red buff diff. And look, I just got to apologize to LGM. I just got done saying, hey, they're looking pretty good, and then now they're just getting wiped clean off the map. Caster Curse. You hate to see it, so look, I'll take the L on that one, boys. Sorry about that. I cast or curse you guys through.
You know what, Paul? To your credit, we haven't reached the item breakpoints that you're really looking for. Sinulith, hello? Why are we going back in? What?
I think they all just need to put the sign that says Hexclip's really beefy.
I feel like you should just press tab and be like, ooh, yeah, I don't want to fight that. And okay. And what I was gonna say is to your credit, Paul, you couldn't have. It's harder for LGM to fight early on, from a couple minutes ago because they haven't reached those item breakpoints that we're looking for. Now they have Hexclip, has the Titanic Hydra, Leandri's Torment build for Vent. So you have a Trinity Force for Corky, which is huge. They're gonna blow this dragon up and probably blow up Lethal Rage in the process.
Yeah, Hexclip diving in, taking the 1-on-4 as the rest of his team stands back, trying to kite. Craven gonna find the kill and just go away with it. So having to trade Dragon for a kill, but LGM can be content to just walk out of there with a little more resistance for the next fight.
And this time Craven's getting a lot more mileage out of that lifesteal there on the Aatrox. I think the Ignite came out just a little bit too late from FICO. They couldn't really deny that healing. That is just so irritating to deal with, let's say. That's a really good play here for LGM. They get the second dragon. We're at 2 dragons apiece here, so it's going to be quite a late dragon sold. But like I said, Laoganma, they've reached some pretty serious item breakpoints. I think they are ready to fight now, especially once Christian has finished stacking up towards that Muramana. It's going to be really tough. A lot more damage is going to come out here from the side of Laoganma.
Yeah, and I believe Christian I could be mistaken here, I believe Christian might have just finished that Trinity Force as well. So you're going to get a whole lot of power behind this Corky that just, I mean, we see it at Worlds every year, right? It makes sure that Corky's going to just be an absolute truck hitting people throughout the tournament. And as we're getting closer to that time, now Corky's going to keep coming online throughout every elo, and Christian showing us exactly that. He's going to hurt shortly, and Sinolith's already does, not afraid to step up into some of these one-on-ones, but FICO looking maybe for a death sentence, can't quite find it here. The rest of the team roaming up into the jungle, And we might see a little bit of a skirmish if someone gets caught out as both teams fight for vision control.
That's going to be tough, though. Cravings won't have the teleport for this fight. Hexclip, though, has the Scan United, so he would be able to join the fight if one were to break out. I think Lethal Rage needs to just hang back a little bit longer, wait for Cravings' DP to go online if they're trying to make such a bold play like that. But it looks like they know this. They are going to back off of Cravings, actually trading favorably against Hexclip for a change.
Yeah, once he got
run
that,
off.
it's going to help him a little bit more. At least get more of that healing. And we see a Crozo around, maybe Hexclip hopefully recognizing that, or he's going to be caught in a world of hurt shortly. Crozo does have the ultimate available to just burst on in there.
Yeah, but he's gonna walk. Crozo is gonna walk by the pink ward, so Hexclip's just gonna dash to safety under his tower here. So not a whole lot is going to add up there. It's also worth noting too that Crozo is building very tanky and utility on this Hecarim. Looks like he's not building any damage whatsoever, even going as far as building the Locket of the Iron Solari, which is going to be honestly pretty useful in these team fights. Again, you give that shielding to your teammates, which is literally just effective HP, and it's going to really help for your sustain, which again we talked about might have been a problem for Lethal Rage. So they understand this and they seem to be building around it accordingly, which is a really good thing to see. And it's worth noting too, Songran, that Zyra does do a lot of damage. I do want to see a little more from him in these team fights. Does have the ultimate available, has built Leandre's Torments. That should be quite an annoying Zyra at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's where their chain CC starts and stops, right? If Zyra's able to lock down, find something sick with the ultimate,
literally anybody,
the roots, yeah, literally anything. You're just giving the green light to a Crozo and Cravings to just be like, okay, go get them. And
yeah. So
the second we see Songran land something here, going to be huge. And if you're looking at it from the other side too, if Laogan Mod's like he misses everything, he just flat out whiffs, doesn't root. That's the green light to go the other way and be like, hey, we have free space to move in here. Hexclip can just dive right in with Christian. And we're at this interesting low stake as both teams recognize, hey, some of these exchanges could go either way despite the gold lead here for Lethal Rage. And now they're just going to, jostle for position and wait for Dragon to come up, and then they have opportunities for 2 objectives.
Yeah, interesting thing I want to note is Vedzim looks like he's building towards a Void Staff, which I find interesting. I think at this point in the game, especially when you're playing Karthus, you're just looking for raw stats at this point. Although I guess you do want to try and get through the magic resist being built by a Crozo and Craving, so you do want to try and damage this front line, but still, you think raw damage might be good just so you can get onto those squishy targets, but it's looking like there's going to be a big fight there. All of Laogan Ma are on the other side here. They all want to fight for this Drake.
Yeah, teleport coming in from Arson, joining the fray. 5v5 in the Dragon Pit Mountain. Drake online here, and this would put either team at soul point. They're going to try to just set up for position here. Nobody's landed any CC or anything quite yet. Hexclip stepping up a bit. Fair going to wisely dodge away. Hexclip trying to look at a favorable one. Here comes a Crozo into the backline. He's so tanky. They haven't found a way to take him down yet. Ventum with the ultimate going to try to find something. A Crozo finding a kill here with Sinolitz. Looking for more. Ventum being chunked down. Ultimate combined with Cravings is just too much. Fico heading for the hills. Can't get away, and that's going to be a favorable fight once again for Lethal Rage. They take the Dragon and put themselves way ahead.
And the thing is, Crozo played that one really well. Uses the Onslaught of Shadows to get in the middle of the team and use the Devastating Charge just so he can get out as well. It helped him isolate a few key members of Laogan Ma, and then it allowed for Cravings and Sinulets Fair, and even Songran to just throw out all the damage they could possibly hope for. So not only is that putting them at soul point, they are now going to get themselves the Baron. It really starts to break open this map here.
Craving's just going to fight under.
Oh, he's done.
Oh,
he's not.
Unbelievable. So they take Dragon, they get a kill, they take Baron, and Lethal Rage letting LGM know we came to play. This is a commanding lead.
That's right, it is, and this is so crucial for the side of Lethal Rage. Now, it's looking like they do want to keep Cravings here in this side lane. He has so much lifesteal. now. And it looks like with that Spectral Cowl, he's actually going to build the Spirit Visage. So it's going to be really tough for him to go down to this Karthus. So maybe the Void Staff isn't a terrible idea, but Phantom, please sell the Dark Seal. You have no stacks, buddy. What's going on?
Yeah, that ends up being a kind of iffy choice there. I just don't think Ventum got some of the momentum he wanted early on. I think Sinolith at least gets some benefit, at least from the Mage. I said started off with the Dark Seal and was able to play aggressively with it early on. Cravings we see obviously pushing in bot side, try to even out the map once again and open things up. And yeah, this is just sort of going to be, we talked about the sort of time bomb, right, of like both these comps can scale in a really important way, and they were able to hold on long enough for Cravings to come online, just be an absolute menace here in team fights. You have the tankiness of a Crozo to back things up, and they're just going to be able to siege their way potentially into the base.
Yeah, and you can see, although you do have Christian split pushing there on the top side, trying to threaten that tier 2, but at this point I think he knows he does have to reset soon, because I don't think his team are going to be able to withstand this siege without him. Although it is technically a 4v4, that's probably why he feels he can pressure this tier 2, because there's nobody there to stop him, and there's a lot of poke from the side of LGM.
Oh, Crows are going to just go in. They don't have Christian here in the fight. RC going to be taken down next in a hurry. Hexclip left alone here. We see how quickly Sung Ron is chunked down by the ultimate here. Hexclip might be able to just defend, but here comes the resurgence here. Crows are going in, finding the kill, and now they're going to be able to put a whole lot of pressure on the Nexus here. Christian, the last line of defense. We'll see if we can at least keep them at bay for now, but it's going to be a tall order.
That it is. We're going to see Christian just immediately buy the Void Staff. He's going to get towered.
Oh, destroyed.
That is going to be ace there. Unfortunately, the split push does not pay off. A beautiful engagement from Akrozo with the Onslaught of Shadows is going to give Lethal Rage game 1.
Yeah, and that's huge, right? Coming into this, we knew that Lethal Rage had to get this first win on the board. You know, you give an opportunity here for Laugan Ma to get a win and then bring in Jopa. You're going to be looking at a really difficult series, but Lethal Rage coming out strong here and really proving that they are worthy of being in this position here.
That's right. Although, again, you don't have your best ADC for the side of LGM. However, you still got to give props to Lethal Rage for how they played the map in every scenario there. They got those early Drakes. Even though this Hecarim built tanky, he was still able to make some plays, especially once he hit that level 6 mark. And it just seems like once we got past into those team fighting stages, you couldn't really get to those item breakpoints you really wanted to. You saw, especially in that last fight, Christian couldn't build that Infinity Edge, which is an absolutely insane spike for Corki. He was sitting on the pickaxe and was forced to go to the Void Staff just to give him anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we're going to cut to about a 5-minute break here as we let both teams get ready for game number 2, and then we will be back with the action. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you're keeping me from feeling all alone. I've been praying to 1,000 different stars, to 1,000 different arms, till I found you. I've been chasing by 1,000 different hearts, or 1,000 million hours, now I found you. My nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keep just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. Darkness take control. Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light.
Welcome back, everybody, as we prepare here for game number 2 between Lethal Rage and Lao Gan Ma. I am Paul. Pleased to be joined once again by Beatdown Boulevard. We're rehydrated. We're ready to go. And we had an incredible game 1 here where Lethal Rage came out on all cylinders and just ran away with it.
That's right, they did, Paul. And again, we had questions about Lethal Rage and how well they've been playing recently. And yesterday was the beginning of them dispelling those doubts. So I think game 1 today is pretty much the end of it. I think we know for sure now the Lethal Rage are not here to mess around. They're going to win game 1. This time around, they're going to be on the red side. And we're going to see how they play it in game 2. And we're going to see if we get the preferred ADC player for the side of Lao Gan Ma.
Yeah, so we'll ultimately see how that plays itself out. And the interesting thing, right, so we talked about coming into this, for anyone just tuning in now, the game number 2 here. This is a best of 3 here.
Yes, sir.
And so when we think about it, we were talking about how important it was for Lethal Rage to get this first win. And now we are getting word from our producers that Jopa will not be playing in this game. It will be Arson once again, so they're going to be opting for their traditional starter here, though Jopa has been on a hot streak, and so we're going to see how that affects, team chemistry, maybe some of the momentum they had going. Lethal Rage take game 1 in commanding fashion, and now they're the ones with the upper hand here as Lao Gan Ma tries to recover.
Yeah, and we're going to see how this one goes here. Maybe now that they're on the blue side, they can secure some power picks that they would prefer. But also, I think part of it, if we look back on the previous game too, was a couple execution points there. We saw Hexclip on the Shen, and we talked about how he would be making cross-map plays on that bottom lane, trying to leverage the Ezreal Zyra bottom lane that you ended up drafting for yourself. But we didn't see, well, I don't think he did that even once. So I think there were a lot of good tools in the tool belt here for the side of Laugan Ma, but they didn't really get to utilize it fully. Sure, they got to some pretty good item breakpoints, but even when those fights came through, again, it was about execution. We saw some beautiful engages here from the side of Lethal Rage, where again they had a Crozo on this Hecarim, starting off these fights with the Onslaught of Shadows so well every single time. And it was what won such crucial engagements here for the side of Lethal Rage.
Yeah, and that was an interesting build because it's not, I don't want to call it atypical, but it's just not something that you see as often, right?
Yeah.
And so what I really liked about it, because we talked about at the top, we're like, okay, they can get kind of squishy here. Cravings falling behind. What do they generate as a front line? And they're just like, we'll just make a Crows on the front line. Like, and we'll let Cravings take his time, farm up, kind of have some we'll call them unfavorable trades early on with Hexca, but ultimately was able to farm up. Yeah, that's a bold move. We'll see how it pays off. Right?
I like
you know
that
what I
one.
mean? Like, yeah, it was a little bit bold and like, but ultimately they found a way to pull it off. And so for me, I'm curious here in the game number 2, how Wangama finds a way to answer. Right, they tried a more traditional front to back comp in some ways, and just weren't able to pull it off. And honestly, I felt like they didn't take a good enough advantage of, Shen's goal. Like there weren't a lot of like 4-on-2 ganks bot side or something. Or I wanted to see a little bit more aggression where even if it went sideways from Cravings, at least they were trying to make those plays.
Yeah, and then part of it too is it was played really smartly by the side of Lethal Rage. Like, if you looked at the itemization towards the end game, after that Death's Dance, we saw Cravings build that Spirit Visage. He's about to build what I think was an Abyssal Mask as well. He had Merc Treads. Like they made it so that Ventum and Sinulets could do nothing to them because the amount of MR they had going for them was unreal. Crozo was doing the same thing, just stacking MR. We saw Lock the Locket come in so clutch in those team fights. It's actually a really incredible build by him. And again, like, it was just execution. The decision-making in-game was better from Lethal Rage. I think from a draft standpoint, maybe you want to try something different if you are on the side of Lao Ganma. But again, you have to think about what's the purpose of this team comp? How are we going to make it work? How are we going to build against theirs? And now as we go into Champ Select, we're going to see what their answer is.
Yeah, so now we set up here for the draft. The teams are getting themselves lined up and ready to roll. Once again, I'm Paul with Beatdown Boulevard as we get ourselves ready here for the draft of game number 2 here. And now that I actually think about it, Beatdown, they did that with one fewer ban because they came in a little bit late this time around.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to have to deal with that penalty, so they're going to have their full package of bans at their disposal here, and they didn't even need them. Like, that's just such a BM win that you could say, look, we're going to give you one extra option to work with, and we're still going to really run away with it.
But in their defense, it wasn't really like planned that way. They were just wasn't a penalty due to being late. But yeah, it is I think that's how that played out. We're already seeing the bans come through. Most of it is the same as before. You've seen the control mages, the Orianna, the Azir, but this time around, Laoganma, they're banning the Hecarim. They're tired of it. They don't want to see it anymore. And then despite being on blue side, they're going to ban the Caitlyn. So I do wonder if they are going to be picking up the Ashe on the first pick.
Yeah, I had the same thought. I'm like, okay, if you're gonna ban Kate and Hack, you really better have something in mind that you're like, yeah, we are stoked to get this B1 here, and so we kind of wait with bated breath here on what they're gonna end up going with, and it looks they're gonna go with the Graves, and
Craving, pick Ash, yeah, let's go.
Really smart picks here. Really smart picks here. I don't know. I'm curious if I love the Graves pick yet. They're gonna pair it with a Jhin at least to start, and they're gonna hurt in that mid to late game.
Yeah, I don't really like Jhin this early though, because
I don't either.
Lethal Rage can start to build more tanky, and it's a lot harder for Jhin to burst down tanks just with the way his attacks work. But we're gonna see how that plays out. Wow, so Sinulant's actually gonna be grabbing the Yone. So they do probably want to lean towards an AD mid laner because they are gonna go for the Evelynn, who's a strong scaling AP jungler, so that they can just diversify this damage profile, so make it harder to itemize against them on this by Laogan Ma. But this is really interesting to start things off here, and with that Nautilus, it does mean you still have some really serious engage potential.
Yeah, and this could be really interesting too, because we obviously, all of us are still learning more about Yone, how he fits in particular comps here. But they're going to be pairing him with two really strong damage dealers here and an incredible front line, right? You're giving an Ornn and a Nautilus, two of the beefiest boys you're going to get. They're going to be able to block the curtain call. They're going to be able to tie down here the Pantheon when the ultimate's in. Ideally, you're just able to lock up maybe Nico a little bit if she goes for an ultimate. And it's like, again, Laogan Ma here just going to try to hyper carry their way through this. And we'll see what Lethal Rage is able to do. Honestly, I'm just excited to see a Yone. He gets banned out so much here across all heroes, as he should be, as God intended. He gets banned out. This could be if you let Sinulets get online here. I think we said at the top, he's one of the grandmaster. He's one of a couple grandmaster players here in this match. Things could get really messy if he gets ahead on him. Yeah.
See, the thing with Yone, I do want to amend one thing I said when I said AD mid laner. Yone actually does have some magic damage in his kit, so he is more of a hybrid. But yeah, he's still a really strong pick. Probably has one of the strongest 2-item spikes, full stop, in League of Legends. So we're going to see how this one ends up playing out here. You have so much engage potential and the opportunity to play this comp front to back if you are on the side of Lethal Rage. But at the same time, when you have this Evelynn, I wonder if that's how you want to play this one out, because you have basically an AP assassin who does so much burst damage, and once she becomes level 6, she has that Demon Shade. It's so much easier to set up these plays across the map here, and we may see from Sinulet's Roam to help assist that, because we have a really strong 2v2 from the mid and jungle.
And I'm glad you touched on the AP part of this, right? Because that's what I'm thinking of in the top side. If Hexclip is able to get ahead on Cravings and sort of force Cravings to start building MR, he has an opportunity to just get shredded by Arson when it's curtain call time, right? And so you start putting Cravings in a difficult position of how to build against this comp, because it's so variable across AP and AD, who you can have ultimately be the carry. That you could put Cravings in a difficult spot. That being said, though, Cravings gets ahead. You could just build armor, not really worry about the Nico, or even the Akali. Let's say could ultimately just like kind of null out the Jhin. And so there's going to be an interesting interplay here on if Arson can come online, and it's almost going to be out of his hands if he can come online, because it really depends how these other lanes go and what these tanks have to build up instead.
And the interesting thing too is the Pantheon support in response to the Nautilus, I think, is also interesting. It's going to be a little tough to be at range here, to try and actually set up these plays. You're going to have to wait for Fair to actually step out of position. You get that point and click stun there from the Pantheon to hopefully set up a play. But you have so much CC lockdown from Songran on this Nautilus. I think it is still going to be very difficult to play out. And even if Songran catches a whiff of you attempting that, he's going to throw the dredge line on you, and that's going to be a serious amount of damage thrown your way here. So I think overall this composition here from the side of Lao Ganma, it's definitely not front to back. I think there's just a lot of poke involved here. They want to get in, they want to get out. It's like a hit and run League of Legends, let's call it.
Yeah, and that could go a couple ways. You could just see the health bars go from 100 to 0 in a second here for Lethal Rage, or that could get really sloppy really quickly if they're just lacking execution on it. So if you're Lao Ganma and you have a really poor early game, Lethal Rage can just put this away, I think, pretty handedly, right? I mean, if you
I agree.
If you let Cravings and Song Ron just dictate pace, things could get messy pretty quickly here, and our teams will start getting ready to head onto the Rift. And we've got an incredible game here. Remember, this is a best of 3. Lethal Rage took game number 1. Can they put this series away? We're going to find out in just a moment here on the Rift. And beat down here, we're going to continue to watch, like you said, ultimately, how can Lao Ganma play this hit and run comp? And I think Ventum, I'm curious to see Ventum on a character with a little bit more mobility too. I mean, just last game, like Karthus, I mean, I think he hit early and then he just kind of fell off. I think he ended up like 2-7 or something. If Ventum can power farm and have a little more mobility, I think we could see a very different game.
Yeah, it is going to be about that early game and how you said it really well, Paul, how Lao Ganma are going to play this one out here, because they are, you talked about a timer in game 1. I think there is a hard timer in game 2 here, because you look at these scaling picks here. You have the Yone, who again, his 2-item power spike is phenomenal. Once that Runic Echoes and second AP item come on for a Crozo, then there's some serious damage there. Of course, you have basically this whole team has been drafted around this 2-item power spike, and once we get there, Lao Ganma are going to be hard pressed and have a very small chance of winning the game there. So that's what you want to avoid, and you want to get yourself to the point where even when they get to those spikes, it doesn't actually matter. You need that early game lead.
We'll take a look here at the Rift here, back on the camera job here. Beautiful look at Summoner's Rift. So, welcome everybody here to game number 2 here at Howling eSports. Once again, we have Lethal Rage and Lao Ganma. I'm Paul with Beatdown Boulevard. Shout out to Insider and Backley helping do all the production here today, and everyone really in the organization. And thank you for tuning in. It's dinner time over there. We just passed noon over here on the East Coast here in North America, and we're excited to bring you this match.
That we are, Paul, and we already saw a little bit of almost action there. Songran had to get the hell out of dodge. And you can see with FICO starting Oracle Lens that they looking to get some deep vision on the side of Lethal Rage's jungle. They want to know where a Crozo is at all times, because that Evelyn is pretty much most vulnerable in that early stage of the game. But once level 6 hits, she is so hard to pin down.
Dude, her and LEC last week, for anyone in chat that caught
the
turn of Evelyn, disgusting, right? I mean,
strong temp.
Yeah, it was not going to be surprising to anybody here if she just starts seeing crazy high usage rates, because everyone saw that game and went, wait a second, Evelyn works? And yeah, she does. She really, really hurts. Don't let her get ahead, and you've got to be looking out for her literally all the time she's lurking. Cravings.
The level 1 play. They got him.
They got him. Again, Cravings, just bold choice. I think it was just a little bit caught out, maybe overstaying in the bush a bit too long.
I think so.
That first kill is going to go on to Hex Clip, so I just want to make sure I highlight that. It didn't go on to Ventum, picks up at least the assist, but Hex Clip going to get off to another early lead.
Yeah, and it's as early can get there. I think a Crozo knows, too, that he lost his red buff, started on the Raptors, and is just going to clear on that bottom side. Again, when they're playing an Evelyn, Lao Ganma, no, she is vulnerable until level 6. She's not going to be making any plays around the map until level 6. So that is your time. You have Graves, early game powerhouse, even took the Ignite just for that extra kill pressure is just going to show how they know they need to make plays and they need to make them early. They already started with Cravings on the top side of the map, who's now 2 levels behind of Hexclip. Make it 1.
Ooh, Hexclip.
And oh my god,
dwindling down. Maybe no,
maybe not.
Maybe not.
One knock up would be probably. Okay, we just look on the bottom side too. Not a whole lot. Just have, of course, you do have the threat of the Pantheon stun, especially early on. So you're not really trying to do anything too crazy. And
yeah, I think something we haven't even gotten a touch on yet is the idea that, again, they have the idea that FICO can make these cross-map plays here. As Craving's going to step here, Hexclip flashing away, using the clone to at least buy a little bit of time here. But like, we're gonna have to keep our eye on FICO's level 6 here as well. Here, you know, appearing mid lane or at least around the dragon pit if he wants with the ultimate here. Some fighting potentially gonna happen. Bot side here, never mind though. Ventum gonna decide against it and rotate otherwise. But another match of these global ultimates, and last time I don't think we saw as much value as we probably should have on Hexclip, you know, with the Stand United here. Yeah. And I think FICO needs to pick up that slack and really make some broader plays across the map.
And I like that Akrozo is actually doing some counter jungling of his own here, trying to match. So he's actually ahead in farm there, just by a little bit, and still has the rest of his jungle to clear as well. Is level 4, and with this dragon coming up in about a minute's time, could be getting to that level 6 sooner than expected.
Ooh, Sinolitz took a little bit of a step forward into Christian and realized quickly he goofed, has to flash away and opens himself up for a repeat. Now here comes Arson here.
Oh my god.
And FICO, they've got the wave. They're going to look for the dive under tower here. Sinolitz doesn't recognize the steps of FICO moving in with the CC, and Christian finds the kill. Sinolitz obliterated here on a beautiful dive.
See, that is an amazing play here from Laganma. Again, they know, especially Yone is very pesky once he gets, not even ahead, even if you go even with him past a certain point. So they rotate their bot lane, who's been constantly shoving in as well to ensure that Sinulitz falls behind in CS, falls behind in XP, and you can already see the results of that here. Seeker's Arm Guard coming out from Christian. Great first buy here for the Sakali, and Yone forced to buy 2 daggers.
Those are the kind of plays that I think we were just talking about that they missed. I mean, they're not even level 6 yet, and they're saying we don't even need the macro ultimates. We're just going to move freely. We're going to play clean, and we're going to play aggressive. And if we keep seeing plays like that, that's the kind of thing that's going to set them back into the series here and not give someone like a Yone the time to farm back up. FICO going to find the stun here. Christian going to move up. Going to eat a tower shot, but will it matter? Sinolitz caught out, and they're going to take the kill. FICO with another, and the repeat gank paying dividends.
Yeah, Sinulitz is not having a fun time at all, but this is absolutely the correct way to play this for the side of Laganma. You see Ventum is proxying the wave there as well. Just going to make this dive even more feasible. Here we go.
But here comes the stun here. Ventum going to find the kill onto Cravings. Towers are no deterrent here. They're just going to keep playing under towers and taking the kills.
And then this is just some really good play out from Laganma in game 2 here. They are just playing this map so well. I talked about the roaming from FICO to be able to secure kills in other lanes, and we've seen that twice now onto Sinulitz in the mid wave. This Yone already 0-2 right now, and he's just so behind at the moment. Christian is in such a powerful position.
Yeah, and Songron made the rotation there. They're going to try to have to start giving him some help now, and at least keep this Akali off of him long enough to farm. And yeah, and so Lethal Rage find themselves in a precarious position, right, where if Laogan are just going to keep making these plays as a unit, yeah, sure, you can try to win an individual lane matchup, but how much is it going to matter when they're rotating 4 or 3 people under a tower every other minute?
Yeah, like, what do you do there? And it's unfortunate, but again, it's just to show you how well Laogan are playing this, and you can see now they already have a 2,000 gold lead, and there it is. FICO with the sweeper means we have another potential dive incoming here, or it might just be a little bit of Secret Service work as Ventum just steals away the blue buff.
Yeah, Ventum gonna get away with a little bit more farming. Still pretty behind here, which is it's rare to see the Graves this far behind against any other farming jungler here. Nico topside here. You're going to use the ultimate. Cravings falling very, very low. And a Crozo going to finish off the kill and get their first one on the board. So they answer back with a well-timed play of their own.
And there it is. Crozo is level 6. Has the Demon Shade ready to go, so is now going to be online and be able to make plays across the map here, and is getting pretty close to that Runic Echoes as well. So the damage is starting to come as well. Although good response from Lauga and Ma, they're going to trade on the other side of the map. They're going to pick up the first Drake of the game, which is going to be Ocean. Now we're going to see if Lethal Rage, want to try and make a play for that Herald.
Beautiful picture-in-picture there. My God, here we are spoiled today, Beatdown. This is fantastic. I was just like, that popped up and I was like, huh, they didn't tell us about that. That's beautiful. So thank you, Observer. Beautiful job catching that dragon there. So Sungron, though, going to get stunned and rooted up. Is not level 5, so does not have the depth charge to get himself out of there. Fair going to have to beat his shield, and that's going to be low shield. But he let his buddy down. Misses the block. And
did he miss it? Because I think the fourth shot actually goes through.
I'm not sure. Yeah, that was awfully close. Christian going to pick up a Crozo here as well, and awfully quickly here. Laugan Ma running away with this one. Sinless going to look for some kind of kill here on a Christian, but just doesn't have the advantage.
Oh my God!
And Fico said, "Nice try, but not today." And that's going to balloon a 3K gold lead.
And there it is. Lauga and Ma are playing like men possessed. 7-1, 3,000 gold lead ahead. And all their lanes are pushing in. And this is just brutal. You can see Hexclip getting pretty close to potentially another solo kill on the Cravings here. Look at that tower. Down to the last 2 plates already.
Yeah, they're just everything that they can, they're taking advantage of, right? They get the dragon, they're getting kills under the tower, they're winning the lanes. I mean, pretty much every metric you want to look at here, they're coming up aces here. Hex is going to move onto a Crozo here, chucks him down, but that's not enough. You got to do more to the assassin there. Takes him down, but here comes an answer back with their own. Christian going to look at Cravings here, going in under tower once again here, eating a couple tower shots. Fico going to try to answer stun up and eat some of the aggro. Oh, they are so low here. Cravings going to try to turn the fight. Call the Forge God, not able to land anything, and they can't finish the job from either side.
No, but that was still a good call there from Cravings. Just because he was... Oh, and he got to back too, which is amazing. Because now it means that nobody ended up dying in that exchange there. Crozo got to live, walked out with the Demon Shade, and is now back.
Oh my God!
Oh, come on!
He just walked like there's nothing to break down there. Ventum just clicked him a few times and he died. Like, just Sinowitz didn't have a chance. I don't even think he recognized it because he obviously had the opportunity to flash away, but he knew his fate. Ventum had him.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate here. We see that Christian stayed up stayed in the top lane just to push the lane through, or push the wave, as they are going to also get the first Rift Herald of the game. So Laugan Ma controlling all of these neutral objectives so well right now in this early game. We already talked about it. They had to win it early, and so far they are doing a beautiful job.
Yeah, and we see the beautiful Pip again. They're going to take the Rift Herald here, and they're just going to be able to keep putting together this lead. Ventum's going to proc the Rift Herald, and we've seen this play 100 times now. You're going to see it again. Cravings under tower. They've got Wave. They've got Shelly. They have so much. There goes the tower, and there goes Cravens. Ventum is putting on a rampage. A Crozo, though, lurking in the shadows. Does he try to make a play and answer back here? There's not a whole lot he can do. As this
he has the ulti. Here. He could jump on top of Hexclip, burst him down.
The play of a lifetime in the wings. They leave Hexclip alone. He gets to the back and he blows him up.
And that's the damage I'm talking about here. And I like that Crozo, even though they're behind in this early game, does get the purchase the Dark Seal, has built 4 stacks off of that kill as well. So if he can get a few more kills, build that towards the Medjai's. that could be a game-changing scenario here. Because again, if this Evelyn does get strong, if this Yone does get strong, Lethal Rage do have a window back into this game. But it's so far for the moment, that is a pipe dream. We're seeing a 4,000 gold lead at this point. Laogan Ma are just running away with it.
And really the only saving grace I'm finding here, unfortunately for them, is like a Crozo is able to at least get some of these picks, but if you're not able to get Cravings or even basically let Sinulets play the video game, right? Like Sinulets is just having such a hard time doing anything in the lane. Fortunately, hasn't fallen terribly behind on farm, but just obviously dying a whole lot and hasn't been able to put anything together. So far from over, but certainly an uphill battle now as we're going to see Ventum and Arson pick up the second dragon of the game. And that'll bring Cloud Drakes to the Rift, and that will be the soul they will be fighting for.
And it looks like they were thinking about diving, but didn't realize that Songran was in the jungle, so they're just going to back off, it looks like, no, they didn't even end up placing any vision. They're just going to back off for the time being. So the turret plates have fallen. We already have 2 turrets down in favor of Laogan Ma. They have that top lane pushed in so far right now. Now we have a Crozo, level 9, looking to make a play.
Yeah, Hexclip just going to go back underneath the tower here at Crozo, weighing his options, seeing if there's another way. Going to wait for Hexclip on the others. Yeah, he's got an opportunity here. Hexclip definitely doesn't know. Here could disguise his Fico and try to throw off of Crozo. I don't think that'll do a ton, at least, to avert danger here, but they're going to beat Ventum here in the jungle of Crozo. Does have the ultimate available, like you said, but it's not enough. That's going to put him down. Cravings trying to get out, avoids the stun up, but here comes Arson with the curtain call, and the rest of the team finding his second kill of the game, putting Laogan Ma even further ahead.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, too. You think... a Crozo thinking you could get the burst onto Ventum, but unfortunately is not the case. I think he should have gone for Hexclip in that scenario, or just backed right out and just try to keep farming here, because it's still not as strong as he wants to be. And now that he lost the stacks on the Dark Ring, it's hard to justify keeping it here.
Yeah, right. There has to be at least some sort of adjustment here, and we're sort of seeing that this game's just going to keep getting farther and farther away from them unless they're just able to elongate this thing out, right? I mean, we're at the 15-minute mark. It's a 6K gold lead, down 2 dragons, down what will be now 3 turrets here. And they have to find a way to scale. That's maybe the name of the game here. Maybe taking down Fico at least gets things started here as the Crows are taken down. But Ventum, level 11, can just step up with the help of Hexclip. Trade here. Call the Forge God coming in, though. Try to answer back. Ventum brought down at least a little bit here. Fair going to fight under the tower. It takes down Arson with the shutdown here. Craving's going to try to look for the turn here. But, Christian going to blow them up. That's a double kill. And Craving's maybe going to get out of here alive at least. But what a play to answer back here from the mid laner.
See that, if not for Christian, I would have said Laogan Ma definitely bite off more than they can chew and give away more gold than they should have, but Christian just makes that trade even just like that. Hops right into the back line and immediately hops right out. Playing this Akali so well so far, and honestly, it's just been a great performance from everyone on the side of Laogan Ma. You think it's a different team playing in that first game with how well they're doing right now. But it is worth noting, again, game's not over, even though it is a 6K gold lead. We're starting to see these items come online. The Essence Reaver for Fair already has the Zeal as well, getting really close to that Runon's Hurricane. We even see Sinulus has the Phantom Dancer too, so if he farms just a little bit more, this Yone could still become very deadly here, and that's what you're looking to do if you're Lethal Rage. You're just placing a bunch of defensive wards in your side of the jungle. You're like, listen guys, we just want to play the game, please.
Yeah, please have mercy. At least let us get a couple items going here. Give us a fair shot. Cravings against Hexclip. Hexclip going to take care of business. Fico going to ultimate topside. Arson with the cheeky shot from a mile away, picking up the kill. And yeah, basically, Laogan Ma, I mean, every part of the game you can praise, right? Their micro's been really strong. They're making great global plays as a team. They're just playing this perfectly, about as well as you can. And like you said, when it finally looked like, ooh, maybe they slipped up, gave a little bit of ground here, all planned, calculated, and Christian takes care of business. So they're doing an incredible job this game here. Crystal Arrow gonna miss. They're not able to land anything off that.
No.
But FICO just gonna blow up here with Hexclip taking down a Crozo. And you hate to see it here. And Lethal Rage might just be praying for the end of this one, and just to get up, stretch again, and get ready for game 3, because it looks like we're going to that.
Yeah, this is really tough now. 18 minutes and already 4 towers down. We're already starting to threaten these inhibitor turrets so early in the game here, and it's really well played. Again, I can't say this enough from Laoganma. They're chaining their CC so well, making it impossible for even the most slippery of champions like an Evelyn to actually survive and get away. And because of that, you're really stalling the huge power spikes from that champion who's not quite where she wants to be at 18 minutes. You're hoping for a second item there. I really think you should sell the Dark Seal. But yeah, just overall, you're hurting a little bit if you're Lethal Rage.
And that dragon, it's not going to be doing them any good at this point. And so they're going to take down the dragon that puts them at soul point, and now they have an even more of an abundance of resources, right? Akali going to feel so much more confident being able to step up, having that ultimate back that much faster. Same for Hexclip. I mean, that ultimate's going to be coming back incredibly quickly here.
Yeah.
And I mean, so Hexclip now just going to be able to keep roaming topside, an absolute force to be reckoned with here. 2 full items stacked on Dark Seal. Curtain Call going to come out and just zone everyone back. Hexclip coming from the back with the ultimate, going to lock up Song Ron here. Fair going to be chunked down below. Half as well. Dreadline try to get him out of danger, rooted up and taken down. And they're just able to play bullying League of Legends right now.
That's right, and they just keep pushing this lead further and further. We're 10,000 gold ahead here at 20 minutes of play. Laoganma are smurfing right now on the competition. It's the flash stun onto FICO. That's just rude.
Yeah, where's he called the Forge God, trying to buy him some time, but that's gonna be it. FICO with another kill here, and this Pantheon putting on a clinic of being an AD support, and they're gonna be able to turn to the Baron.
Yeah, and it's like, with that many kills at this point in the game, you are so strong. There's no way Lethal Rage can actually try and contest that Baron. They are just going to blow it up, reset, and spend the rest of their gold. And now, okay, I gotta admit, Paul, I'm reaching the point where I'm losing faith.
Yeah, this one's gotten, and especially when we look at games like this, right, we get to a point where you can only praise a team so much for doing everything right, so you start to think, okay, how does Lethal Rage come back? Part of the roadmap, obviously, Sinuets on Yone, just trying to farm up. I mean, Yone's still a really powerful champion, but we're actually just going to see an FF here come out, recognizing, hey, this one's probably over. Let's not bury ourselves mentally any further than we already have. They're going to take the L here, and we're going to get ready for game number 3 in just a moment here. But Laoganma, a commanding performance, and they have to be thrilled with that going into this next one.
Yeah, especially with how rough it was for them in game 1. For them to come back in such a commanding fashion is beyond impressive. So it's going to be 1-1 in the series here, and Laoganma, after that one, it's hard to imagine that. It's really hard to imagine that it's hard to imagine that they don't win game 3.
Right, exactly. That was such a commanding win. And so we are going to step away for just a moment here as both teams get ready for game number 3. So it'll be just a little bit, and then we will be back with the rest of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Everywhere, fruits and herrings, dykes and fairies. Tell me where it's empty. Taxed the rich, feed the poor, till there are no rich no more.
Speed of light. Speed of light.
Tell me about it.
Speed of light.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick up, pick up like one or two. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley-oops, we returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you. Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you.
Hey Taylor, I got you. Look, I'm saving half for you cause I got it bad for you. Don't you ever trip about it, we can even passport it. You deserve it, you ain't even gotta ask for it. Life's a marathon and I wouldn't wanna fast forward. And for the love, it was back and forth like tennis. Indy down to Atlanta like every weekend, no matter what we had on the schedule. Progressing with every pedal, momentum at speed of light. I need me like 20 medals, yes. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Break it down, nothing new. Let's say we rendezvous. 1 or 2, especially if I love you. Just for you. Trips out to Malibu. From a blowing loop.
Speed of light. Catch me.
Welcome back, everybody, to Howling Esports League Season 1 playoffs presented by Howling Esports Organization. I'm Paul, joined by Beatdown Boulevard once again, and we've got an exciting turn of events here that leads us to a Game 3 between Lao Gan Ma and Lethal Rage here in the Winners Bracket Finals.
That's right, we had a very good start off to the series here from Lethal Rage. However, Lao Gan Ma answered back in full force, and I believe what we saw was a 10,000 gold league at the 20-minute mark, just outclassing Lethal Rage in every way. And it was pretty hard to watch, to be honest. They really gave it to him.
Yeah, and that's tough, right? Because we saw Lethal Rage come out so well in that game 1. It was like, okay, they're going to make this a really interesting series as we take a look at our rosters once again, running it back for game 3. Notice that Arson, their usual starter, is playing, and Jopa is not here. Someone that we've seen on ADC for them a little bit more as we've led up to this series. And so we have to, I guess the question now is Beatdown. Lethal gets that game 1, game 2 swings the other way so hard. How do they begin to move that pendulum back the other way and at least make this one competitive?
Well, Paul, they got to first things foremost. They got to reset the mental. After losing a game that hard, I know personally I would have to throw on some real chill music and just close myself away, because that is a tilter. And what you got to do is you got to reset the mental. You got to come back in the game like, hey, we can still win the series. We just got to draft. We just got to play, and we still have a chance. It's definitely not over, but it's gonna be over if that's what they believe in their minds.
And that's a really good point of this, right? Because talking about playoffs is just such a different reality than regular season. You know, regular season, it's like, oh, okay, well, we're still number 1 seed, or, oh, okay, we're still getting the playoffs, just a lower seed or something. Now, and especially in a game 3, this is it, right? Every moment just means so much more, because if you mess up once, then twice, it just compounds so quickly, and all of a sudden you're going home. And like ultimately here, so the thing for me at least too is the idea that in that first game they were able to take, Lethal Rage was able to have an opportunity to farm up late, get some scaling going. You know, Cravings lost the early exchanges, but then pulled things off. In that last game, Lao Gan Ma just won by numbers. Like, whatever matchups they were like, maybe this Yone Akali matchup we don't want to get out of hand. Let's just send 4 people under tower and take care of business. And Lethal Rage just had no idea how to answer and couldn't pull it off themselves at the very least. Yeah,
and again, like, a lot of it was in that Pantheon support, because there's so much tower dive potential where it's just the point and click stun is so nice. Like, he doesn't have to land the skill shot outside of tower range. He literally just has to point on your character model and you're stunned. And then the follow-up CC is just so simple to land. There's really no counterplay, unfortunately. So in those scenarios, you're hoping that Lethal Rage try to trade, make plays on the other ends of the map, but we didn't really see those kinds of responses. Instead, they tried to mirror, have Songran roam up on this Nautilus to the mid lane, but unsuccessfully, it doesn't actually end up amounting to anything. So they kept trying to mirror, but instead they should trade, if that makes sense. Just if they get the kill, fine, they get the kill, but take something on the other side of the map. Take some turret plates, take a turret if you can, but you can't just be letting them do this for free.
Exactly, and they just never found that sort of answer. And when it did happen, right, like if you're sending 4 people to the mid lane, that means something somewhere should be vulnerable, and we never saw those trades. Like, we never saw them get, like see a kill in the mid lane and then go, oh, and nice, I got 2 turrets. Like, they just were never in a position to answer back in any sort of significant way. But just honestly, it just didn't pay off for them in the end. And so for me, I think one of the all-stars we've seen throughout the series has been Ventum. And if they let Ventum, like we saw in that one exchange in the mid lane, Ventum just right-clicked on Sinolitz like a couple of times, used the ability, and then just walked away. Like, it was just a free kill. You can't let Ventum do that again. Like, you have to find a way to control the game. And the Crozo, I think, tried that on the Evelyn and saw some success, but ultimately didn't find a ton.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. So when we go into this next draft here in about a minute's time, it's really just going to be about now that the sides have changed once again, we have Lethal Rage on blue side. What can they secure from themselves on the blue side here? What kind of team comp can they draft for, and can they execute it going into this game? Because that's going to be the big question again. This is the last game of the series. Whoever loses this does go down to the loser's bracket.
Absolutely here. And so again, these are our rosters for this upcoming match. We've got Laogun Ma against Lethal Rage. This best of 3 all comes down to this. Again, thank you for tuning in here to Howling Esports League Season 1 playoffs presented by the Howling Esports organization here. And this is winners bracket finals. The winner moves on to the qualifying finals, best of 5 on Sunday morning. We've got a great one coming at you here. It's that time once again, back to Champ Select here to see who makes the right picks and is able to move on to the finals. I'm Paul, joined by Beatdown Boulevard once again. Bands coming out here quick and a plenty here, Beatdown, and a lot of ones that we definitely expected to see, and they're going to take away the Graves this time around. Don't want to have to deal with Ventum on that again.
And I'm surprised they don't pick the Akali for Sinulets as well, because he played it in game 1 and had a pretty solid showing, but they decided they just don't want it in the game here. And of course, we're actually going to see both AD carries locked in. Senna first pick, definitely a strong one, and we're going to see that Ezreal in response, and potentially a set, and it looks like it will be the set. Very likely going to be in the jungle.
Yeah, and I love seeing this set come out here. I'm a huge fan of set just in general. I think set jungle is actually sort of underrated in a way, because you can just flash face break level 3 and you're likely going to land a kill off of that. So I like to see that early, and that's usually my litmus test for it too. If you see that flash early, you see that aggression, is probably going to pay off here. Now, interestingly, we're going to see Zoe and Soraka picks. So 2 picks not necessarily that you think of at the top of the meta right now, but both of which have some really interesting utility. And now that's just a crazy amount of healing here for Lethal Rage.
The Orianna is a strong pick in that mid lane, has been strong for a couple of patches now, so it makes sense that you would gravitate towards that pick. I like the Zoe in response, because at the end of the day, you want to try and outrange, or at least play at the same range as Orianna, because you do not want to get closer to her and play at her effective range. So that's the idea with this Zoe. You can play these paddle stars from a distance and basically do damage from a safe point here. And wow, we're already through this draft. We're going to see now for Lethal Rage, they're also going to draft that Volibear in the jungle, and they're going to have that Renekton in the top lane. Again, it looks like early snowball is what they need here, especially playing through that Renekton, who's so strong in the early game. But of course, you have that Soraka, who once you get later on, that healing becomes super obnoxious.
And that's ultimately going to be the thing. You hit the nail on the head there. Renekton. For a second, I saw the Renekton support. I was like, oops. But rearrange for you guys so you can see the proper order here. And so the interesting thing to me, right, is Renekton can still really do a whole lot in the late game. A Crozo on the Volibear, and because of the ability to turn off turrets, he's still just incredibly strong in the late game. But he does fall off to a certain degree. Now that fall off is mitigated, like you said, with all of that healing you have coming out. You can just send Volibear under a tower here with Renekton. They can just have a blast and just take on so much more effective healing and everything else that they can be provided by Fair and Songron, that, you know, some of these tower dive plays we saw from Laogun Ma might finally be able to be replicated here by Lethal Rage.
Yeah, there's definitely the potential there, especially if you want to make those plays into the top lane against that Kennen. You have the Renekton W into that Volibear Q. There's so much CC potential there to make plays, and it's going to be really nice getting out of the laning phase and into those team fights where the CC is so crucial there. You definitely have some wombo potential with the shockwave into potentially a Stormbringer. So there's a lot of, where's the Stormbreaker? Well, it's one or the other, but the point is a lot of wombo potential here for the side of Lethal Rage. So it's looking pretty good composition-wise. I think if you're Laogan Ma, you're kind of playing the same way you did before. You want to cement yourself an early lead here with the picks that you have. Of course, set really strong in that early game. Really low econ compared to other junglers. And I really hope that Laogan Ma try to leverage that.
Yeah, and I've looked in on my side panels here, so we're talking Stormbringer, so we got that one nailed down.
So it is Stormbringer. I had it.
Yeah, you had it first time. Trust your gut, dude. You always gotta trust your gut. And
right.
The interesting thing from the side of Laogan Ma to me too is how you get Hex Clip and Ventum to prevent Raka and Senna from just hitting you from a mile away, right? So they can be so disruptive to a team fight set, especially if you're able to get the showstopper away from the team. I mean, going into the team, you know, if you do toss Volibear back and he gets a bunch of health, you can do a ton of AoE damage, and that's great. But if you're able to bring forward Raka or Senna into the front line and just let Arsene and Christian go to work, I mean, you could just really take that front to back and flip it on its head. That would be enormous here. And we saw those tower dive plays and those initiations that were really creative before, and now they build a team entirely around that idea. That's going to be scary if Lethal Rage don't really play with their guard up and kite as well as they need to.
Well, I think if you're Laogan Ma as well, you are trying to set up a lot of early leads there. You want to prioritize those early dragons more than anything else, because it's going to be really hard for you to threaten that area later on into the game. So you don't want to lose those early drakes and allow Lethal Rage to get a really fast Dragon Soul, because that would actually be super detrimental here. The thing I'm looking for here is try to make plays either in the top lane or that bottom lane here. If you're Laogan Ma, you want to get your Ezreal farther ahead more than anything else, just because of how well he scaries and becomes that hyper late game carry.
So now, and to your point too, ultimately here, none of this matters unless Lethal Rage have their heads on straight, right? So the last game, they sort of got demolished to a point where they ended up deciding to F it away. It's something that you really don't see often in competitive leagues, especially into playoffs. It's just generally something you when you see it happen, you know that the team said, okay, we're going to throw the towel in. Part of that's to kind of wash their hands from it and move on to the next one. Part of it really is that it's a recognition of like, we got stomped, and not just like a we got outplayed sort of way. And so I think this early game might be telling, do they come out and just press the pedal too hard and go way too aggressive? Do they come out really tentative and anxious? Even as just like an esport, like you can see the jitters in a character, and I'm curious to watch for that. If we see any of those any of that early game apprehension that we probably wouldn't have seen after game one where they just did so well.
And you know what? You highlighted really well, Paul, because again, this is where it really matters. We're on game 3 of the winners final here, and the winner goes to the grand finals. You get to watch as the two in the losers finals battle it out and then play you on Championship Sunday. So you get that game of break. You get to watch your potential opponents basically play each other and learn what you can here. It's going to be a huge advantage going into that grand finals.
And we know that they're watching, right? Because that Lucian ban just speaks to how much they're scouting out. Lucian top, they just don't want to deal with it. That's not something that they want to have happen yet. And we will be going into the Rift here in just a second. We are having a little bit of a pause, but we will be on to the Rift. So, hang tight for that as well. And so the other thing, looking back at this draft here that I guess we could talk about here is Ezreal Thresh is just such a solid bot lane here. And, we saw some less traditional ones last game. I mean, Jhin Pantheon obviously worked out, but Ezreal Thresh is sort of just like a bread and butter here of this entire league season. And sometimes there's a really there's something to be said about going back to a comp that just runs itself fairly well. Like, you look for a hook and you go in. If you miss the hook, you don't. And so sometimes that simplicity will let them play around some other more complicated concepts.
So it is interesting because playing the Thresh into those mage supports who are like poke champions. Soraka is a good example. I talked about Zyra in the previous games of this series here, where it is going to be a little tough for you to land those hooks because basically they're going to be playing more or less outside of your effective range. It's going to have to be a really big play into either a death sentence or a flay for you to get that CC lockup you need. Or it could just easily as well be a gank from your jungler. So there's still some setup potential here. You just got to be really careful not to lose too much of your AP early on from FICO.
For sure. Sinulets here going to catch out that what looked to maybe be a cheeky play in the bush. They had all started moving up and have to back off as they were caught out here. Back, though, on the Rift again, game number 3 to decide it all. Laugan Ma faltered a little bit in game number 1. Lethal Rage just came out throwing punches and hitting. Most of them were able to take it. They answered back in a big way in game 2. A 20-minute 10K gold lead FF is what they forced. And now as we enter the Rift once again here, beatdown. Early expectations here and what's your metric for success here to say, okay, this team's going to win if I see X in the first 6 levels?
Well, I think it depends on the team we're talking about here. Again, we talk about Lethal Rage, how, you have some early game strong points like that Renekton, who you want to play through in the early game. But I think overall, even if they aren't too active in the early game, I still think they have plenty of late game tools to be able to take them through the rest of the game. I think past the 10-minute mark, I want to see if they reach those particular item breakpoints here for the side of Lethal Rage and actually get ready for when they want to be fighting. But if you're Laugan Ma, I think pretty much from this early game, I want to see them making the plays here. I want to see Ventum kind of flexing the early power of that set, and I want to see how Laugan Ma are going to play this early game. They played a beautiful early game in game 2, and I want to see how they're going to leverage that once again.
Yeah, this early game set is just so powerful. And we touched on it. That flash facebreaker combo really could just put everyone down, especially into a comp that's a little bit on the squishier side. Songran just not going to have the healing or escapability of some other, like into a Nautilus, for instance, is going to be able to survive a whole lot better than into a gank from Ventum. So we'll see what he looks for here. He's just going to walk up into the lane here. FICO going to step up here as well. We already see the flash away from Songran here. They're going to stun up Fair. Has to burn the flash. Ventum just moving up regardless. Launching the Haymaker, can't land, but 2 flashes and a heal. And that's a really nice start here.
But see, here's the problem. It would have been fantastic if Laugan managed to get a kill out of that. But look at that. Fair was at like 10% HP. And look at his HP now. He's almost back to full. And this is kind of the problem with these kinds of lanes. If you don't get a kill, you don't get to say, oh, we got him really low, they got a recall. This is Senna Soraka we're talking about here. The sustain in this lane is actually, quite frankly, disgusting. And look at that, they're back at full HP. So Laugan might know this. They know they have to commit a little bit more, and let's see it happen.
Yeah, commitment coming in and going to be obliterated. First blood going on to Arson here, finding Songran here. And now if they push in this wave, we could be looking at victim number 2 here. No flash available. They've got numbers. They've got the wave. And they've got 3 here. Hex flash going to come out here from Ventum. Trying to give him some speed here. Not able to move despite the Nimbus cloak into position here. And they're going to pick up first plate. And that's already looking really nice here for Laugan Ma.
Yeah, the repeat gank was huge. You have to get a kill against this bottom lane, and that's exactly what they did, and this time they committed Christian as well. I think he ended up sacrificing... Actually, no, he didn't end up losing too much because of the wave state in that middle lane, so it's actually not too bad. We're going to see Hex Flash yet again.
Yeah, Hex Flash coming in. Ventum flexing that power. Haymaker going to go off. Not a ton of power behind. I mean, well, topside, Hex Clip going to get caught out. Flash this away, but it is no use. A Crozo gets their first kill on the board.
Yeah, we can already see a lot of plays being made in this early game here. Again, you want to leverage that Renekton and how strong he is early on. And they're doing just that on the side of Lethal Rage. And you can see, even though some kills came out in that bottom lane, it's more of an experience deficit there, because you see Fair is keeping up in CES pretty well right now.
Yeah, and so that'll be the interesting thing is, and you touch on it, their healing is just so absurd that as long as they're able to stay in lane, like they can get ganked and pushed back, but as long as they're not going back to spawn, they're gonna manage a way to keep farming up here. Fair obviously though hasn't had that opportunity to get first items yet. Gonna be 400k. Goes behind as we take a look at some of the individual differences there, and so they might finally have to back off. As with Arson just stacking on tier, they might just have a little bit more power. Gonna have to try to go back. Fair gonna be chunked down a bit.
God. The Spell Thief's redemption there from Christian in that middle lane. Zoe's a fun champion, by the way.
As if they needed more healing too.
Oh my god! No, this is for Laogan Ma. They just did it to stop Fair's back because Fair was back.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, which is, I mean, good call. But again, Zoe, fun champion. Lost a little experience from that early play, it looks like, but is pretty close to that level 6 mark. Is pretty comfortable just continuously shoving in the wave here. And Sinulets, once again, kind of low on mana. Might be looking for some jungler intervention. Oh, it looks like he's busy, though, getting his raptor stolen.
Ooh, yeah, Christian, again, this poke, yeah, the fun champion is Zoe, hitting you from a mile away.
So fun.
I like... It's almost at a point where, like, it shouldn't even be called poke for Zoe, because poke implies that it's not doing a ton of damage. Right? Like, it just,
yeah, what do you call that? A jab?
I would say that's like it's like a consistent haymaker. Set had already stolen here, but Cravings are going to go in here with the Dominus Hex Scoop, going to be taking a ton of damage. Does not have flash available. The one-on-one isn't even necessary as the Crozo roams up and finds the kill. Song run though bot side here. Ventum can step under tower. Facebreaker pulling him back, and the haymaker going to take him down. Here comes Fair though. Doesn't have a flash caught between 4. That's Hasta La Vista. Arson with another kill.
And this bottom lane is just getting bullied here. And Laogan are playing it very well to be able to pressure that bottom side. Because again, we're going to talk about the sustain. How strong is this sustain going to be later in the game? Too strong that Laogan don't want to see it. So they are stifling them as best as they can. And
Shockwave. Shockwave flash finds the kill and gets away with it here. He's got to get out of the wave though, so he doesn't eat another tower shot here.
Yeah, bye.
And so the trading continues, and at least at this point it's been fairly even as Ventum picks up the first dragon of the game.
And it's a little, it's unfortunate there from Christian. If he managed to survive and get that wave, the CS deficit would be very minuscule, but now it's actually quite a bit, getting close to 20 CS ahead. And part of it is because Christian is actually behind in XP. He's able to shove the wave a lot, which is allowing him to roam into that bottom lane, which is huge for his team because they're continuously getting kills on Fair and Songran. But him being a little behind in XP means he is still slightly behind in power to Sinulets, who manages to leverage that into an early kill there. So now again, we're seeing the roam yet again. It's just going to shove wave, and Christian is just considering backing, roaming down to the bot side.
Yeah, and they're going to get so much freedom to do that, and it seems like Sinulets is content to let it happen, right? Just not going to risk anything here. And we're going to be keeping our eyes, of course, here on bot side. We already see the first item completed here for Arson. But top side, though, Hex is going to be chunked down into Crozo once again. 3rd kill of the game, and he's shooting fish in a barrel in that top side, taking down Hexclip.
3-0 right now. This Volley Bear is very strong. His back already completed the Cinder Hog.
Oh, haymaker! Gonna land. Songran taken down in short order. Ooh, Ventum narrowly gets out thanks to red buff exclusively there. And wow, that bot side dive combo here is gonna be lethal.
Yeah, and I love that for the most part, these teams aren't really making plays at each other in the same way. Like we talked about trading on the other side of the map before the draft phase of this game, and this is kind of what I mean. Like, okay, you want to dive Hexclip for the 3rd time in a row? Cool, we're just going to dive your bottom lane for the 3rd time in a row. And I mean, if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, having your ADC, especially one who scales as hard as Senna, stifled is a lot better. For your team than the enemy team stifling your Kennen.
Oh, Crozo going to go in here against Arson under the tower here and finds another one. Gets the shutdown on top of his 3 kills he already had here. Wow, that's a powerful volley there. Can we take a look at that gold difference here in the jungle if we don't mind here?
Yeah, I would love to know. And then that's really good. That's a really good play too, because this is just what I'm talking about there. You are consistently keeping Hex Clip behind. Cool. But also, you might want to do something about this Ezreal at some point, and that's exactly what they did. A Crozo makes the play on that bottom side with the help of Fair, and then they get a nice little shutdown.
And that's just going to be huge here. And coming into this, we touched on how Lethal Rage need to find a way to win in the early game, as Volibear and Renekton can fall off pretty significantly if you're not able to at least get something rolling. But Crozo shutting down that conversation quickly and just taking over. This is thank you so much for standing over. So we have a 1,000k gold lead here in the jungle, 1,000 as well, pretty much in the mid lane. And Lethal Rage just having a whole lot of fun there on the top side, but can't ignore bot side though. Arson getting built up over a 1k gold lead there for him.
Yeah, and overall it just equals to a very slight gold lead here for Lethal Rage. And, as you look around, nobody's really picking up their first items just yet. For Blade of the Rune King is coming up really soon for Cravings, which is going to be a pretty big spike for the Renekton. Everyone else, though, not a whole lot going on right now. You see Fair has built the tier and a longsword. Probably going to build that towards the Serrated Dirk later on. And you just see the lost chapter there for Sinulus. But again, it looks like Christian has roamed down to the bottom lane and is trying to yet again make a play.
Yeah, I love the use of numbers. Ogama once again saying we're not afraid to commit 4 to one side of the map. They're going to let Cravings get some free farm, but that's something they're content to do because ultimately they're banking on, hey, we're just going to outscale and take care of the crocodile later. They'll pick up first brick on the Arson, and they're just going to keep funneling down into this Ezreal.
Yeah, and he already has that Muramana that he is continuously stacking as well. And he's honestly just really starting to come online here. Does need to build that second item, which is looking to be an Iceborne Gauntlet. And it's going to be a really easy potential second Drake here. You have so much vision in that bottom side jungle there near that Tri-Bush. You have the tower down. You have the waves pushed up. Nobody's really going to be able to stop you. But again, Lethal Rage looking to trade on the other side of the map, keeping their very slight gold lead, as that's going to be 2 Drakes in the pocket of LGM.
Yeah, Arson has now ballooned that to a 2k gold lead in the bot lane and really keeping them in this game here. And if you're just thinking too in terms of scaling, right? Like, it's great that a Crozo has such a big lead, but he took on all of those kills, and so if they end up losing this game, they're going to look back and say, it might have been better if we funneled a couple of those onto somebody else and gave a little bit more gold elsewhere, because he's just not going to hold up as well as, say Arson having all of these kills and picking up all of this farm as well here. You see Ventum going to steal away the red buff here. I don't believe a Crozo was able to steal back or anything like that, so might be setting up for a fight here, though. Fico and Ventum hanging out. They're going to land Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto a Crozo, but nothing comes of it. And here comes Shelly.
Yeah, it looks like they want to drop this Herald mid, try to get some plates, but it's tough. There's 4 people here. It looks like because they cleared the wave, though, it is going to get the charge off. And wow,
so
they actually almost bursted it down. Yeah, that was a really risky use of the Rift Herald, but you know what? It pays off. You get a nice little bit of gold in everybody's back pockets, which you love to see. Fair is going for the reset now. I gotta imagine he's sitting on a nice little bit of gold, and hopefully is going to be able to complete something here. And there it is. He is going to buy the Manamune and start stacking that up. And it's a little unfortunate. Fair's been put behind by the constant ganks in that bottom side, but however, just as Senna does, she is still going to scale here. So Lao God Ma need to keep pushing this early game in their favor like they have been. and try to actually build up a lead here. Because so far, Lethal Rage have been doing a good job at answering back.
Yeah, I love the numbers advantages they've brought out here in the first 15 minutes. I want to see those keep up however they can, right? As we're Ventum, don't step up into something you don't want to be. Gonna move into Sinuous here. Here comes Christian, though. Showstopper coming out. Here comes Sleepy Trouble. Bubble falls asleep, and Ventum picks up the kill. Beautifully played, and again, finding such an advantageous 2-on-1.
Yeah, that's right. And you can see on the top side of Crozo Cravings yet again. They just won't give this Kennen a break. He is going to be so very sad. Oh, he's so far from his tower.
He's got Pro Blast away and Flash, and that's enough. So has to use every tool in the kit, but able to get away here. And just like that here, Beatdown, we've got an even gold game.
Yeah, that we have. Even though LGM are ahead by 1 kill, the gold is dead even right now. No objectives on the map to fight for. So I think you think that Lethal Rage would just be content farming, especially trying to get their Senna a little further ahead. But it's looking like they just want to keep... Well, they just want to keep trying to push their lead, especially by diving Hex Clip. I mean, he's just not having fun right now.
And here comes the question of at what point does this early game really set Fair and Sunrun back? We saw how long it took. Muramon is already up for Arson. That's going to be a while before Fair can say the same thing. And I mean, sure, they're going to be able to generate a whole lot of healing, but how much is it ultimately going to matter if they can't put anyone down? So we'll see what they're able to put together. Here's Arson trying to prevent the backs and just going to keep bullying them a little bit more. Inferno Drake going to be up in 1.5 minutes, so it looks like in the meantime, they're going to be content to just let Hexcliff try to farm under tower, maybe a little bit in the jungle, and Arson and Fico just going to keep pressuring this mid tower.
Yeah, Hexcliff hasn't been able to contribute very much to this game so far. Hopefully with this next dragon coming up, he can, as this would be sole point for Laugaudman if they can pick it up. And as they're going to pretty easily take this mid-tier 1, actually I take it back, Crozo has something to say about that one.
Yeah, Arson going to try to step up under the tower and just get off enough hits. I believe he'll be able to do so. Directed Kim has other ideas, but he will end up doing it. So finds the second tower, second of his actually, because he took first brick as well. And so they're going to look for a reset, and I think we might see our first true team fight here in the Dragon Pit. Beatdown, I'm not sure that Lethal Rage can afford to let this one go uncontested.
No, they absolutely can't. They know this, which is why they're going to start making their way through, and they have to set up some vision down, because right now they don't have any. But it looks like there's a TP. Nope. That's just going to be a TP from the Senna. Fair. They want to get the priority in this Dragon Pit, and they do have control of the river. A Sleepy Trouble is going to land, but nothing's really going to come of it, so it's going to be all about this oncoming fight. Ventum is really the only one there. He's looking for a showstopper.
Oh, showstopper coming in, going to hit everybody. They're going to try to follow up on it, and they can't. Hex is going to take down Sinuous. Ventum's with the kill. Here comes Arson. He's built, he's strong, and he's not letting them get away. There's another one. Everyone getting a piece of the action here. Double kill goes on to Christian. That's a clean ace. A drag, and Laugun Ma is back in business here.
And just like that, they are going to go to Soul Point. They've given themselves a 3,000 gold lead as well. And they are getting dangerously strong as time goes on here. You see Arson is completed the Muramana, but has also actually bought the Trinity Force. So he's just going balls to the walls here with the damage, with the attack speed for these team fights. And you can see it's definitely paying off here with the damage he was able to dish out.
And so now when we try to spin this thing forward, right? So we finally, the goal differential was like nil throughout. Now all of a sudden it blows up, and we've got ourselves a really hot Laugun Ma team. Where do you think Lethal Rage goes, or what do you think they have to do here, Beatdown, to give themselves a real chance of bringing this one back?
Well, they got to farm. You see, it's mostly, the problem is their AD carry is a level or 2 behind Arson all the time. Fair, up until just a second ago, was level 9 to Arson's level 11. It makes him a lot squishier in comparison. It makes it easier for Laugaman to be able to actually jump right on top of him and just blow him up. If he can't play from range like the Senna wants to, like the Orianna wants to, then they aren't going to be able to win out in these team fights, because it's going to be all about that positioning here. And it looks like LGM are positioning themselves for that second Rift Herald. They have control over both sides of the map in the river, and they're just going to take what they please.
And that's part of the problem too, because you're exactly right. If they have to farm up, they're farming without vision, without map control. I mean, they're turtled up on such a close playing field that sure, even if they get to farm, they're going to be happy to just say, okay, farm up. We're going to take every objective that comes up. We're going to have priority every time. And Sinulets blows up Hexclip off screen there. So they're just able to continue. They're able to answer back finally, at least with a kill of their own. Sleepy Trouble Bubble under tower, though. Christian with the chunk. Ventum going to step up underneath, land the Facebreaker here. Cravings heals so much off of that Q. Showstopper coming in.
Oh, he lives!
Shutdown. And Christian going to have to run. Well-timed ultimate from Fair, and maybe that's what gets some momentum going here. Teleport coming in. Maybe they're looking for a little bit more. Arsene FICO hanging out. Not sure if Sinulets knew that. I didn't quite catch the word there. I don't think he did here. Arsene going to go under tower now against Cravings. Has the wave. Here comes the Crozo. Oh, beautiful escape provided by FICO. And what a turn there for Cravings.
That it was for him to stay alive so long and basically have the turret do the work for him and taking out Ventum is really important here, and he's able to lifesteal basically his way through that entire exchange. And now this time around, Lethal Rage get that basically for free, which is really important here. They need to try and get some gold, get some picks that LGM can't answer back on, so that they can try to make some plays on the map, so that maybe they can go for a Baron, so that they can catch up in gold here, because you can see Arsene is going towards his third item there, potentially with that Executioner's Calling. Fair hasn't even built his second.
Yeah, it's looking dire for sure, especially from the perspective of the bot lane here. The other thing, keep in mind too, Ventum still has the Herald in the pocket, has a little bit of time left on it. So at minimum, even if they don't get, a full tower off it or something, if you want to go for an objective and just drop that somewhere else as a distraction, and at least play a gambit, to use a chess term, force something one direction and then go the other, they've got an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, definitely might be possible here, but it's all going to be about this next dragon that comes up in a minute, Paul, because this is going to be the Dragon Soul for LGM, and if you're Lethal Rage, you can't let that go over. And you can see now it's going to be tougher for some of these team fights for the side of Lethal Rage, because you can see Laugan Ma are building grievous wounds, or they're starting to build grievous wounds on various members here. You see them Relonomicon for Christian. I talked about the Executioner's Calling, which likely is going to be just that, as Arsene's very likely building towards a Death Stance as well. One of the staple items for Ezreal, or literally any AD carry, because that item is unbelievably strong. And we're getting to a point where I'm a little worried for Lethal Rage, because they don't have the power to win out on these team fights. Akrozo buying the Locket is a really nice boon for his squad, just because a nice bit of extra effective HP will be good. He needs to be alive if he's going to use it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If he's going to dive in there, he has to last long enough to make something happen, or you burn that first and then try to get in there. Arsene just going to chunk down Cravings and Crozo from the get-go here. And now we're starting to see Hexclip make his way up into the fight. That's the flanker they're looking for, to be disruptive in the backline, not let Fair and Songrun just sit for free and hang out. Dragon is up, and so sure, they can pressure the mid towers, but at the cost of soul potential here. So Ventum and FICO going to start that thing up. 3 are going to take on 5 here in the mid lane. The Crows are going to jump in, and they're going to find the first kill here onto Arsene. There goes the damage dealer Lamp. Going to get Hexclip out as they turn their eyes on the Dragon. They've got to chunk it down quickly. Here comes the team. They're able to get away with the soul. Can they get away with their lives? Showstopper coming out onto Cravings just to try to buy some time. Going to be taken down potentially. No, they get the lamp off rooted and can't flash over the wall in time. Excuse me, they didn't even have it available. And so ultimately they find the soul but lose a few on the way.
And although losing the Dragon Soul is super crucial, they managed to wipe a couple members, including Ventum, the jungler. So that means they're going to make a beeline for the Baron pit, and if they can secure the Baron for themselves, this could end up working out really well in their favor, but they have to burst this one down quickly here. As you can see, the rest of LGM are trying to make their way through.
Ooh, and Arson going to find a couple there with the ultimate from downtown. The whole team, like you said, is there. Ventum's going to make his way over last, but they're at least able to scare them off Baron. And so what they hoped would at least be an objective trade, not finding a way to pull it off. And they're just going to have to reset and try to stabilize once again for another day.
And it's unfortunate the death timers weren't quite long enough for this play to be successful here for Lethal Rage. And that means they have managed to shrink the gold lead just a little bit. It's now just over 1,000 gold. We're seeing some pretty big item spikes coming online as well. We're 2 items for your Orianna. You have the Black Cleaver also built for Cravings, and most importantly, Fair has finished stacking that Muramana, has built the Yomu's Ghostblade, and is actually pretty close to a 3rd item as well here. So there's still potential for Lethal Rage to come back in the game here, but these next couple engagements are really important. You'll notice that the team fights that Lethal Rage wins are the ones where they can hang back and use some of their ranged carries, like the Orianna, like the Senna, to do their damage, and whenever they do lose, it's because LGM push the fight onto their terms, into their range, and get into Lethal Rage's face. So it's all about positioning here for Lethal Rage. They have a window in the game. They just need to get through it.
And speaking of positioning, too, I mean, they were able to obliterate Arson to start that last fight, as they're actually going to start up the Dragon here with Arson and Ventum, who can just chunk this thing down. They have no idea, actually. They don't... I mean, they would have seen them cross Scuttle, I guess, but they're just not in a position to make their way up. Hexclip, Christian, and FICO going to be the bouncers at the Baron bar here. Can they cross the line? They can't even try. And with that, they have sold. They've got Baron, the Senna ultimate, far too late. And now they can put some real pressure on ending the game.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that Lethal Rage were not able to contest that one out. And they're just going to have to turtle for a little bit. They have their inhibitor towers up. They still have some tier 2s as well. And it's just going to depend on how they want to play this on the side of Laogan Ma. They have the potential here to go for probably a 4-1, but they could potentially just go for an N8 ram style and just ram it down through mid, because they already have the tier 2 tower down. They can immediately start pressuring that inhibitor.
Sitting now with a 2k gold lead here is Laogan Ma. They've got Inferno Soul. Elder Drake is up here in 2.5 minutes, so realistically they can siege for a hot while and then just turn their eyes onto the Dragon with some real priority. But we'll see how Lethal Rage, if or how they're able to answer the call here. Ooh, maybe a little bit of a misclick there by FICO. Ends up using the stopwatch there against the Wolves. I mean, I guess he managed to survive against them, so...
Maybe.
Yeah, we always say we take those. He makes it out of the Wolf pit alive there.
Yeah,
so he won't have that at his disposal this time around. Yeah, and they're just going to keep pushing in these waves. And the other thing I guess to note, credit to Hexclip here, farming his way back into the game at least, has 2.5 items compared to the Renaissance 3, starting to make his way back at least into it here as the siege continues.
Yeah, but it is tough. This Renekton does have the Death Dance. It's going to make him a lot beefier going into this next fight. And they actually, they're all sitting behind this wall here. And it looks like they're going for this play.
Yeah, really aggressive play. 5 of them coming out here. Ventum's going to try to hold them off. Crozo missing the jump here. Stormbringer doesn't land onto anybody. Showstopper coming in. Here comes the Haymaker trying to hold things out. Hexclip joined the fray. Off the teleport. Arson going to eliminate Fair. They find the first kill. Can they find more? Crozo coming down. Double kill here for Arson. Going to take that Song Run next with the help of FICO. Sleepy Trouble Bubble here with Christian and Ventum fighting off. The stun coming in. Does not have room to fly, but that's no problem. Christian with another. And Laogan Ma can take a look at the Nexus here.
Yeah, and who needs the Elder Dragon? It's looking like they might just... Actually, it's going to be hard to imagine they end the game here. Yeah, Sinulix is still alive. If he had the Shockwave, he could really threaten a wipe here. There's so many low members on the side of Laogan Ma. Sinulix could clutch this out here.
Yeah, we're starting to see some people come back here. So Hexcup with a really aggressive move, just trying to basically keep them away. Gonna not be taken down here. They might have just... Oh, but they're able to get the Nexus. They pull it off, and Laogun Ma is moving on to Sunday.
And there it is, a huge gambit there, like you said, Paul, from Lethal Rage as they try to take the 5-on-3, but unfortunately the set is just too quick and too tanky. He lives through it all, and basically exhausted and low HP targets from the side of Lethal Rage end up getting completely wiped out in the end there.
Yeah, and what a play there from Laogun Ma coming back in a big way. We're going to cut to a short break, though, so we can get our MVP interview situated here. You're not going to want to miss this conversation. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you're keeping me from feeling all alone. I've been praying to 1,000 different stars, to 1,000 different arms, till I found you. I've been chasing by 1,000 different hearts, to 1,000 million hours, now I found you. My nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. Let me breathe you, take you down into my lungs while we dance into the sun. Now that I found you, you're a part of me, now I can't let you go. You're the heartbeat of my soul. Now that I found you, my nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone.
Suck me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew, restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes up. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Everywhere, fruits and herrings, dykes and fairies. Tell me where it's empty. Tax dollars.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are inside the interview booth once again. Here I'm Paul, joined by Beatdown, and we are pleased to have Ventum here from the winning side of Laugan Mock. Congratulations, Ventum, on a fantastic series.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, absolutely. And so let's start out with this. So game one obviously didn't necessarily go your way. So what kind of things did you and the team talk about between game one and game two that ultimately turned the series around?
Well, we came like Little Rage doesn't know how to play early game. They are like pretty shit. They just try to outscale you and freeze the lanes and be too slow. So maybe we should try to battle their scaling. So we tried to pick scaling, but we ended up picking 4 APs with Senna, which really, and Cartus, which really doesn't work. And then we just went back to our aggressive style, and it was just a quick stomp service.
Yeah, it very clearly worked out for you. So in that second game, like, was the mentality? So you wanted to just focus on the early game, tower dive. Like, you had Hiko on the or Fico, excuse me, on the Pantheon, right? So was this the whole goal, just continuously just tower dive, get kills in the early game, snowball?
Yeah, exactly. Like they picked Evolve, which I mean, in vacuum it's good against Graves, but overall, like I just burn my invader and I have like pressure from bot lane, mid lane, top lane. Like they don't get to play the game. It's just pure aggression and just free win.
Right.
And so for you, Ventum, so game one, you know, for me, like watching game two, right, when you had that kill in the mid lane where you just stepped up and just took down Stimulets and like 4 autos and an ability, it was like, okay, Ventum's really flipped the switch. What was the moment for you where you were like, all right, I'm feeling my groove now, and I really think we can just take over this series?
Well, they left Graves open.
You can't argue. We were like, you can't. If you're giving the hyper carry to someone like you know you're in for a world of pain, and you really brought that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess that last question for me is, so what Lethal Rage were doing in that last game is they definitely weren't just kind of taking the beating like they did in game two. Like, you would dive bot lane, they would dive top lane. But were you okay making those trades? Because I was talking about on the cast, like, yeah, like your Kennen is behind, but their Senna is behind. You know what I mean? Like their ADC is being pushed back as opposed to your top laner.
We might have. I mean,
oh, there we go. Our Ezreal is ahead. I think Ezreal. Yeah. Exactly. Ezreal is way more broken, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Ezreal is way more broken. It's easier to play around him and stuff like that.
And we'll get you out of here on this last question here, Venton. So now that you've won, you're going to be moving on to the finals on Sunday. What are you and the team going to be looking to work on in the next few days? Are you guys going to be taking some time off? What's sort of the game plan here as you move into the weekend? Oh, geez, 06. So we're dealing with some ping issues here, so we apologize for that. Hopefully we can...
Well, it's same thing. We play Among Us and we get ready for finals. That's about it.
The meta strategy.
Yeah, the meta strategy for sure. So thank you so much here, Venta, for joining us and really putting on a great series, and best of luck this weekend.
Yeah, good luck.
So that was Ventum from the winning side of Lao Ganma joining us in the interview booth. So thank you to him again for everything there. And so as we wrap up this series, I'll kick it to you, Beatdown. Any closing thoughts or where we can find you?
Well, my closing thoughts are that even though Lethal Rage did dispel some of their underperformance rumors after how they've been playing up until playoffs, they still played all right today. I still think they have a shot to make it up to that grand finals, because they are going to play in the losers finals later on this week, and we could see that potential rematch of today in the grand finals. So I hope that they can actually kind of clean up their gameplay and make it there.
Yeah, same. And this was a fantastic series to watch across the board, and they just Lao Ganma again showing their dominance that they put out throughout the regular season and bringing into playoffs here. But with that, so for myself, for Beatdown, and for everyone on production, that was this series. But with that, we've got another incredible one coming at you here in a second. So to start giving you a preview here of our next match between Claudia Vina, Serbia, and Fantastic Esports, I'm going to kick it over to the wonderful Jarl Karl. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Paul. I am Jarl Karl, and thank you both to Paul and to Beatdown for a wonderful cast on a wonderful series. I am very much looking forward to this future series we have coming up. In just a couple minutes, we're going to take a bit of a longer break before that one, but it's going to be Claudia Vina Serbia taking on Fantastic Esports. Both teams that lost yesterday. Fantastic Esports took the first game off of Lao Ganma before losing that series, and Claudia Vina Serbia kind of got smashed, actually, by Lethal Rage, who looked very, very good. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how these teams match up after we saw them both lose yesterday. But I am very excited about it. It will be me on the play-by-play desk in the booth alongside Necrox, who was here yesterday for the KS versus LR series. So that's going to be coming your way in just a little bit. Just wanted to kind of throw my voice in and thank Paul and Beatdown for the great cast on the great series. But we're going to cut to a bit of a longer break. We'll be back in just a little bit with that second series of the day.
Everywhere, fruits and herrings, dykes and ferries. Tell me where it's empty. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are rich no more.
like a daylight, burning on my skin. It turns me on again. You and I, survivors of the same kind, but we're the only ones dancing on the sun. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite light. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite.
Diamonds are forever, but all we need is just tonight. My monumental tremors that can freeze the speed of light. Just like particles that's falling from heaven all over the stars. Hear you calling for me. Hear you calling me on the phone.
Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. 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 One touch and I ignite.
Speed of light. Speed of light.
Yeah. Tell her that.
Speed of light.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick up, pick up like one or two. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley-oops, we returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no, I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you. Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you.
Hey Taylor, I got you. Look, I'm saving half for you cause I got it bad for you. Don't you ever trip about it, we can even passport it. You deserve it, you ain't even gotta ask for it. Life's a marathon and I wouldn't wanna fast forward. And for the love it was back and forth like tennis. Indy down to Atlanta like every weekend. No matter what we had on the schedule, progressing with every pedal. Momentum at speed of light, I need me like 20 medals, yes. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no, I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Break it down, nothing new. Let's say we rendezvous. One or two, especially if I love you. Just for you. Trips out to Malibu. From a blowing loop.
Speed of light. Catch me. Catch me. Catch me. Speed of light.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it
small, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Howling eSports playoffs here in the Howling eSports League. Season 1, presented by the Howling eSports organization. We are all set for the semifinals in the losers bracket. It's going to be Fantastic Esports taking on probably Vina Serbia. The loser will go home. The winner qualifies for the losers bracket finals and is guaranteed a share of that €1,500 prize pool. I am Jarl Carl in the caster booth alongside Necrox.
Yeah, good to be back with you, Jarl Carl. It's a big match today between these two teams. Obviously, we've seen them play before, but looking to change the outcome. Fantastic Esports not having the greatest matchup last time we've seen these two teams play. KS looking very strong, but hey, someone's got to go home today, and they're willing to duke it out right here, right now, to see who that is.
They will be duking it out. Here's the bracket, kind of a visualization of what I just said. Probably should have waited for that graphic to be up. Sorry about that. But winner today will face Lethal Rage Saturday afternoon at 1700, and then the winner of that match will play Sunday against Lauganma, the final boss in the grand finals. Again, a best of 5. We are 4 minutes away from the champion select game number 1. We got a little bit of time to break down these two teams. We saw kind of a tale of two teams. On Wednesday, FE, they took a game off of Lauganma. There were rumors Lauganma might have been trolling a little bit, as you know, they were a little bit overconfident potentially. KS kind of got smashed, I think it's fair to say, by Lethal Rage. So kind of going into it, a little bit of a question mark. Also to be said, the tiebreaker game they played last week, KS came heavily out on top over Fantastic Esports. So I think a lot of question marks going into this series, and I'm glad that it is a best of 3 rather than a best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, a best of 1 wouldn't provide us that, in my opinion, that satisfying conclusion. Like, yes, this is the better team. Yes, you know, they deserve to win the series. Sometimes things go wrong in game. Best of 3 does provide us that broader scope and a broader picture to see who the better team is, and I'm super excited to see who that is on the end of this series today. With that being said, we do get to look at both of these teams and understand, yeah, KS didn't have, you know, the best of times when they played Lethal Rage. I was actually able to cast that game with you, and we kind of noticed that KS, they had a good start to that series, and then it began to trail off. So I'm wondering if that's going to be a common thread, you know, start strong, end weak kind of vibe. But against FE, they're known to be good, right? They're expected to be winning this matchup. I think that coming in with confidence can make a little bit of a difference, and we'll see if if that previous matchup that we were talking about between these two teams is going to play an impact either physically on Summoner's Rift or even just mentally into, draft and things like that.
The mental game obviously is crucial. I think underrated sometimes. We did see that tiebreaker game for 3rd and 4th seed going into this tournament between Fantastic Esports and Kingdom Serbia last week in the final day of games. KS came out heavily on top. They gave away a Dragon Soul, but they did end up having double the kills and a huge gold lead at the end of the game. Looked pretty convincing, just maybe wanting to clamp down on those objectives a little bit more as we're going to pull up the rosters now for these two teams. Not a whole lot has changed since yesterday, but there they are.
Yeah, and the rosters are pretty similar. Again, it's the same highlights for me, at least on KS, right? Zonks in bot lane, super strong player, looking for him to be able to make plays, and then resting in top. Last time we saw him was against Lethal Rage, obviously, and it was this marksman into bruiser matchup 2 games in a row, and it did not look good either game, right? Like, he had his potential to be playmaking and didn't go very well in lane or in the side lanes when it broke down to that sort of split push style. So we'll see if that is an approach that FE want to try to adapt into resting, if they want to try to put a marksman up there in response. And then I want to see, in my opinion, KS put Zonks on someone who can do a little more with a little more agency and carry this game out and get KS at least a game on the board. That way they know they can secure this series.
Absolutely, that top lane matchup was huge in the last time these teams matched up. Resting in top, really popping off on the Jax on that whole day of games actually, but especially against Schnotty. And I don't know if the marksman idea is going to work as well against Resting in top with Schnotty, right? We saw Cravings for Lethal Rage. He's the superstar of that team, right? Carrying his team to victory time and time again. Nothing against Schnotty. I don't think he's at that same caliber of power on his team. They're not as willing to funnel all the resources into him like they may have been with the Vayne against the Darius and then the Lucian against the Jag. So I don't think we'll see that strategy. I think it is definitely interesting as an idea. It was kind of exposed that maybe this marksman idea does work against Resting in top. And so I think that's kind of an area that's been opened up into the draft, even if we don't expect to see it. Zonks, of course, also could be in the LEC, folks, so who knows? We are out of time right now. We're going to send it to my favorite introduction video to get us into Champion Select, game number 1. The logos have descended and arisen. The Champion Select is underway, and Azir has been banned off the table, as well as Wukong. Game number 1 here between Fantastic Esports on the blue side and Kingdom Serbia on the red. It is possible we have lost Necrox. Hopefully Necrox is here, and potentially just his dog barking. That could be fun. Oh, he's back!
I was not speaking correctly, but yeah, I was finishing my jam session actually to that literal epic intro music.
Can't argue with that, Necrox.
I have a full jam session every time that comes on. It is just so fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that's you cannot argue with that at all. I personally do the same thing every time, and it's just a little bit of a disappointment when it cuts off into the Champion Select. As much as I like League of Legends, that intro is pretty cool. Anyway, we're already through the ban phase. Both top tier 80 carries actually taken off the table. Ashe and Caitlyn, the bans traded back and forth there between KS and FE. The Ezreal, the first pick. We are keeping with this marksman first theme.
Yeah, and that's classic, right? When Ashe is banned first on this red side, blue side on B3 ban, Caitlyn is almost certainly the response because there is no other champion you can play here, right? So that makes sense for me, but Ezreal is the first pick, one of the other premier marksmen in League of Legends right now. The only one left standing is probably Kalista at this point, so we'll see if Zonks wants to rotate towards that really heavily strong bot side. We'll see if that comes through. For now, though, we get Volibear and Orianna. I like to see it. Volibear, a flexible pick, I would say, at best. I think he's much stronger in the jungle. Orianna, a very reliable champion. Hecarim, though, has been busting the meta wide open, and we'd love to see that on Antonio here, picking that very, very strong jungler. And Zillion is actually the hover for Radabot.
Indeed, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, well, it was the hover. It was not the pick. coming through. It's going to be the Syndra there for Radovan, the Kai'Sa, the Hover, and locked in straight away for Zonx. We saw Antonio on the Hack Room yesterday, I'm pretty sure, against the Kindred. Picked up for Laganme, if I'm not mistaken. Looks pretty good. This champion's not bad. The only thing I was going to mention that I didn't get a chance to before the picks were done is there was no Shen pick. Both these teams really prioritized Shen in the last couple of weeks of the regular season. It was almost always a first pick, even sometimes over the Caitlyn and Ashe. Now it's banned away by KS. I'm a little surprised to see that as well, maybe indicating they're going to go for a Bully Bear in the top lane, and they just want to ban out the counters to it, but a lot of top laners hitting the bench in the second ban phase.
Yeah, and now the focus is all on top, right? I mean, your support hasn't been picked, and that's typically not a place where you want to throw a lot of bans, unless that's a playmaker for your team. So it makes sense. Shen is such a strong champion in the meta right now. I'm also kind of surprised that wasn't picked up. He's not only a very flexible champion in terms of, playstyle, itemization, things like that. He's also just a very good champion. A lot of agency, a lot of ways to play that champ, so he is banned away, rightfully so, when he's not picked up. Karma Gangplank immediately locked in response to the Braum here for Warzar, and now it is Kai'Sa Braum versus Ezreal Karma, and we get Lucian top again.
Resting in top, he's saying, hey, maybe that was better than I thought it was. I want to play that marksman champion in the top lane. I think that's a pretty fun adaptation. Gets smashed on it yesterday, he decides to pick it up today. It's going to be the double marksman comp here for KS, a little bit different than they usually go for. I like the composition, I think, honestly, from both teams. The Gangplank is a little bit questionable for me, just in terms of like general team composition, and I think the Lucian I think it's mostly just the top laners that make these comps, a little bit different in what they want to do. Otherwise, across the map, they have pretty good team fight for both of them. Good ball delivery, a good amount of battle mage stats from Radovan, Antonio diving the backline. I think both these teams really do want to be team fighting. It's just the top lane where they differ.
Yeah, right. I mean, Lucian into Gangplank, they're both lane bullies, or at least are considered lane bullies. So I'm interested to see how this matchup goes. I think it's just going to be a lot of trading with auto attacks. Basically, Gangplank going to use his parlay. Lucian, of course, going to dash around to some PTA proccing, things like that. But I think that's actually sort of the snooze fest of this game, believe it or not. I think a lot of the attention is on these junglers now, where they want to go, right? Because Hecarim and Volibear have so much agency in the early game. They can play around any lane that they desire. It can be focused on this Karma Braum. It can be focused on the Kai'Sa Braum and Ezreal Karma, but it could also be a mid lane. It could also be objectives. It's completely up to M6 and Antonio to see where they actually want to play around and their pathing and how that affects the game. So there's a lot of agency on these junglers now to determine the pace of this game.
I agree. I am very much looking forward to the Summoner choice and the Keystone choice for Antonio. I think yesterday we saw him go Flash and Phase Rush on the Hecarim. That may have been a different Hecarim, so somebody can correct me on that if I'm wrong. But, do you go Ghost? Do you go Flash? Do you go Predator? Do you go Phase Rush? Do you even go for like Conqueror or something for more of a team fight situation? I think that will also kind of dictate how he wants to play the early game. I agree the junglers can set the pace of this game. I don't think we'll see a ton of ganks bot lane. I think both of these lanes are relatively safe. Braum able to jump out. Kai'Sa has the movement speed. Arcane Shift from Lycro. So I would imagine that mid lane and or top lane will be more the focus target for these junglers, unless they're really trying to, go for a tower dive with the Cannon Barrage from Schnotty, for example, into a dragon or something like that. I just think the mid lane and the top lane are a little bit better targets for these junglers to gank.
Yeah, they definitely could force top. The only reason I think you would want to go bot in this instance is to force a Drake take. There may be a team that decides, hey, we really can't contest top side / Rift Herald, so let's just go ahead and maybe get like the 80 carries Flash or something like that, and have that advantage going, and maybe push the wave in or something like that, and go to Dragon and get that control. Again, it's really up to them, and it's a lot of junglers this game, right? Where is Volibear going to go? Which lane is he going to focus? I think I would agree with you, Jarl Carl, that top lane is the quote-unquote most gankable, as every jungler likes to say, because there's not a lot of mobility there. Yes, Lucian does have a dash and some speed, but compared to a Braum or an Orianna, it's much easier to pull off. I think mid lane is also maybe a little volatile, but when you have two control mages in mid, that's never like a flashpoint for the game. Like, oh my gosh, Orianna, we must send all of our resources to help this Orianna win lane.
Yeah, not really. She's not. Orianna does a lot of damage, obviously. If she gets ahead, she's not that kind of. She's not a Kog'Maw Lulu, right? Yeah, she gets ahead, okay, but I don't think we need to send everything at that. I think the Lucian, sure, he's got the dash, but if he's getting slowed by the barrel, that dash is not taking him very far, especially if there's a Hecarim flying in. I think M6's ganks should be pretty strong against the Syndra, especially if they're going for a tower dive, because A, ball delivery, and B, I'm pretty sure he's unstoppable during his ultimate. Which means Scatter the Weak cannot land. And so if he's able to get the ultimate into a stun, I think that should guarantee the shockwave, huge burst coming through. I don't think Radovon would be able to survive that. And so I think especially 6, these ganks would get a lot stronger. I'd be a little surprised to see the Volibear ganking too much before that ultimate comes through, just to stay on track with Antonio.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. Again, we are headed into Summoner's Rift awfully soon. As soon as we get past this loading screen, I'm excited to see how these two teams duke out, right? We've looked at draft, we've looked at everything else. I think it's now just down to execution, right? How do these teams perform under immense amounts of pressure, right? This isn't just a normal game for these two teams. Whoa, actually, let me rephrase. Game 1 may be relatively normal. Game 2... for one of them is going to be do or die, sink or swim, whatever you want to say. If you lose, you go home, and you're not getting any rewards for the season, right? Like, there's a lot on the line for these two teams. So yes, there's things to talk about for draft, but a big factor this is that some people just may miss is mental, right? And we kind of spoke to this earlier. Is do you have the mental fortitude and the strength to actually perform under this kind of pressure when your team is relying on you to show up, right? I mean, neither of these teams have like one super hyper carry that is going to be under that amount of pressure, but everyone is individually expected to perform. So I'm interested to see if anyone takes, that showstopper role and be like, okay, guys, I got it on my back, or if anyone's actually going to play safer than they would in a normal game because they're afraid to screw up.
Absolutely. And we've talked about this is qualification game for that losers bracket final, qualification for at least third place, and with third place you are guaranteed at least 250 euros. So they are actually essentially just playing for 250 euros at the minimum today, and that's not a life-changing amount of money, but that's not a small amount of money either, right? You definitely want to be getting that. You want to be going into that game, and if you can take on Lethal Rage again, you have to imagine Kraljevic Serbia, they're feeling pretty good about facing Lethal Rage again in a full best of 5. Sure, you got 2-0 the other day, but you didn't look that bad. If you can win that, you can go into the grand finals, right? That's where you're starting to be, contending for the title of Howling eSports Champion Season 1. 750 euros is the top prize. These games do matter a lot. I agree, game 1, a little bit less, but once you're into the second and third games, if you lose, you are going home with nothing.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And I think that 250 euros, well, yeah, again, it's not a life-changing amount of money. It's certainly going to do something for these players, and it's a lot of subs to Howling eSports. Yep. So, I mean, that's pretty perfect for me, right? 250 euros, that's a lifetime subscription, basically, to Howling eSports to see all their wonderful streams. And that sick intro animation.
And this intro animation, perfectly timed, Necrox. That was a complete coincidence. Look at this journey. Look at that duck. Can you say no to that duck, Necrox? I don't think you can. We're through the brush. I've always wanted to see League of Legends played at this angle. Just kind of see what the champions are seeing. The sun is rising in the background. The champions are on to the fields of justice. It is Fantastic Esports on the blue side, moving out to take on Kraljevic Serbia on the red. Looks like we got a bit of a grouping right now with this Braum team. They might be looking for something.
Yeah, watch the Braum walking first for a ward here. Yeah, they're going to put it on a ward in response. Antonio's going to make sure that invade doesn't come through. And watch Braum walking up here. He's actually going to try to get some really deep vision into the jungle.
Might be
caught out.
Yeah, Warzar could be in a little bit of trouble, taking a lot of damage. I don't think he'll have to burn a summoner to escape. There's no CC at level 1, of course, coming through for Fantastic Esports. Nice ward out of the blue buff. Schnotty kind of dancing on that one a little bit. Obviously saw that go down. A little bit of vision traded and some health, but I don't think a huge amount will come out of this. That ward probably the most important.
Yeah, the ward is going to let KS know where this Hecarim is starting. We do know he's going Conqueror and Ignite this game, so there may be a little bit of interest there, depending on what they want to do. Other than that, relatively standard across the board. And TP heal down bot lane for Ezreal Karma. Kai'Sa going Exhaust, fine option for her. Phase Rush on Orianna. Everything else is pretty stock standard. The most interesting thing is that ward and how they want to counterpath in response to that. M6 now has a little bit of a vision advantage. They know they're starting on this red side buff, as Antonio does this awfully fast, but a slow start for sure. Other than that little bit of early vision, but nothing too close to worry about. And I think Volibear will opt for a healthier clear, understanding the pace of Hecarim.
I want to touch on the summoner spells. We haven't talked about that a lot. You mentioned the Ignite coming through for Antonio. Also, there are 3 teleports on the side of Fantastic Esports versus the 2 of Chaos. Half the summoners in this game have teleport. We can see a lot of 5-mans, a lot of 4-mans, people responding to plays. Macro is going to be very important in this game, I do feel, as it kind of was the last time these 2 teams played, as well. Those dragons going over to Fantastic Esports, they got all 4 of the first dragons. Unfortunately, it was a cloud soul for them, so they weren't really able to get a whole lot of combat power off it. They still lost the game, but I think Chaos is going to have to control those objectives. They are down now those teleports, though, so FE may be looking to focus on that game a little bit more.
Yeah, and look at these heavy trades in top lane, right? This is what we were talking about earlier, that while these trades may be heavy, it shouldn't end up in anything crazy. Flash forward from resting. Won't land anything.
I think he'd hit the piercing light through the minion wave. I think he wanted to flash auto attack, auto attack, and he would have gotten the kill. Meanwhile, speaking of getting kills, first blood in the mid lane, M6. I wanted him to wait till 6. He is saying, no thank you, sir, picking up the kill on Radovon.
Yeah, that's really not great for your Syndra, right? Just trying to step out to put some vision down, getting caught out by Volibear, who had just done his Raptor, so he was hovering around that area, and now look at Hecarim going topside. Lucian has no flash. They're going to try to make a play. They understand that this Lucian is flashless.
He is dead. There's no way he's going to be escaping this when Antonio comes around the wall. Is the dash available? Relentless pursuit. That's what Antonio's doing. The kill is traded back. But now M6 is on this with some lightning. Likely going to land onto Antonio. Huge swaths of damage coming through. Ignite is down from Antonio, but no flash, remember, on this Volibear, or on the Hecarim, I should say. It's going to cost him. M6 picks up the trade kill.
Yeah, and it's trades back and forth now from these junglers, understanding that topside was a flashpoint, literally and metaphorically, flash being burned. So a good rotation by M6 to get that counter pick. Maybe a little greedy from resting to try to back in front of Try without vision. But does go down. Good rotation by M6 secures that one to be picked up in return. Other than that, not too important on anything. Syndra losing her flash and TP is actually quite big. We were talking about how she may be a little vulnerable when Shockwave comes through at 6 for this other mid laner, and we'll see if that does actually play a factor. But if this wave stays frozen on her side, she just get to hover, and gets a lot of rotation and Drake control, which is spawning already in 40 seconds, and you can see M6 going for vision control right now.
Chaos have multiple members in the river, like you said, controlling that Scuttle Crab. I would imagine that will be up for this Dragon. I don't think FE has any chance of being able to sneak that away. Can't get over the wall, of course. On the Hecarim, maybe the Blast Cone, I think that would still get spotted out. M6 on the bot side, I think Chaos do want to focus on this early Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, and M6, hovering on that bot side, actually double scuttling Antonio because he went for that gank and died to M6 on this Volibear. So a really big start for M6, getting a lot of XP, getting a lot of camp gold for that double scuttle, and that does provide a lot of agency for your team, right? And it's actually, the vision is kind of underrated for Scuttle Crab. It's basically a free ward in that river, so it lets you know if this Hecarim is, running the speed of light down the river to try to gank either bot or mid, or in this case top as well, because there was a double scuttle, as Rusting finds itself on the receiving end of some bad trades now, as Gangplank does Gangplank things, trading away with those parlays.
Yeah, he's just getting parlayed up. There's not a lot Resting in Top can really do, especially low on mana. About that, Schnotty throwing down some wards for himself. A pretty comfortable position on the Gangplank. Is down a little bit of farm, but Resting in Top did lose that kill. I imagine he lost a little bit of XP for that, and going to be ahead a little bit in gold right now. Schnotty needs to go for the recall, I'd imagine, if he wants to really start going for kill pressure, I would say, on Resting in Top. Although Resting in Top also going to have to go for the recall relatively soon. Level 6 now, calling available, actually. So the XP in his favor. Not entirely sure how that happened. M6 now lurking in the brush. Schnotty could be in trouble.
Yeah, and so this is actually quite telling about what Chaos's plan is. They don't actually want this Drake on spawn. They're not going to go for Drake stacking, rather they're just going to try to make a play on Snotty.
Ooh, but Antonio is here. Cannon Barrage just became available. Is the culling going to be there for Resting in Top? Might not have the mana. Oh, channels it a little bit late. Dies. Well, he's casting it. Resting in Top goes down.
Yeah, it's a clean counter gank from Antonio. Understanding there may be something fishy going on, because they have so much bot control, Chaos, says Carly Vienna Serbia. If they don't go for Drake, something's got to be happening, right? Like, where is this jungler? Why is he not on Drake? So they expect this play in topside. Very intelligent read. from FE and Antonio in particular to be on that top side, ready for the counter gank. They spot it out. They get the the counter gank on the resting, and now he's back to the gray screen. 0-2 for Lucian.
We are back to the fight as well. M6 on the run, taking so much damage. Tries to go in for the stun onto Radovan, getting shut down. Onslaught of Shadows comes through for Antonio. Not going to find anything with that one. Radovan takes a lot of damage. Shockwave back in, though. Could this be the kill? Radovan Unleashed Power goes through Air 4. We're going to be the victor in that duel. 1 kill on each side.
Yeah, it's a 1-4-1 in the end. Unleashed Power not quite finishing off Air 4. Antonio could make a play under tower if he wanted to, but he may just trade his life for it. So, yeah, it's a 1-for-1. I mean, kind of equal trades now. Both teams giving blow for blow as they're going to try to make a play on Ezreal. It will land, but Braum getting very
goes in.
slow.
He could be in trouble. There's no mana on Lycro. Just dies where he stands. No summoner available for him. Remember, he has that teleport, so they're not going to be able to get that heal and exhaust. They just have the heal. Zizzy using that one, but it was not enough to get through the ignite. Zonks would kill.
Wow, that's a wonderful play, actually, by Zonks. Understanding that W proc would do enough to take that kill, waiting to throw that W out until it would get that kill is really well done. And now it's kind of sad for KS, as they're the ones that have to recall with low HP.
Yeah, they are going to get pushed back. They have the kill. They don't go down there, so very good job using that Unbreakable, blocking a ton of damage. True Shot Barrage isn't quite available. They should be able to recall and get back on the map before any potential dragons go down, kind of neutralizing that teleport advantage that Lycro did have. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Culling is back up, resting in top, flashing forward. Schnotty, the one on the gray screen.
Yeah, Culling killing that minion allows resting to flash forward. The rest of those bullets go through. Those are the buffs in action. More bullets added to the Culling allows it to be a faster fire rate. Killing that minion quicker, that means killing Schnotty quicker. Flash for flash expended. I would say that's probably a little more critical on resting, but he does get the kill, so definitely worth for him. Now the CS lead is massive on this top side. GP has started to fall significantly behind. And because of this topside advantage now, because they know the top laner is dead, they get to pick up a free Drake, and they are first on the board with this Ocean Drake under their belts.
Cloud Drake, that would be, my good sir.
Sorry.
They look the same. They're just little icons. Who knows what's going on? Anyway, it's going to be the Mountain second, which means we're going to have one of those combat Drakes coming through as the Soul. It's going to be either that Ocean that Necrox is secretly hoping for, or that Infernal for some extra damage. So I think the Soul could be quite meaningful in this game. Starts, a little bit later than we might normally see, but still, 24-minute Soul is where we would be at if KS is able to pick all those up. I think that definitely could be a part of this game, as it doesn't seem like we're going to be ending super, super early.
Yeah, both these teams kind of just trading blow for blow, not really going for any key objectives like towers or Rift Herald or anything, just quite yet. So that does give us a hint of a slow game between the two sides. And now that we get to fight over Vision, once again, it's the LPL. We're just constantly fighting.
M6, once again in trouble here. Antonio does a lot of damage. That's the ultimate, though, and the shockwave through Antonio. Might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. The shutdown going over to Air 4. He picks up the red buff as well.
And that's just, difference of mid lane prio, right? I mean, it's a one-on-one in the river, and because Orianna gets to take the mid brush in, and Syndra has to walk around, Orianna's just there before Syndra can even show up, and Shockwave goes through it. And I don't know why you're trying to make that play if your mid lane can't walk through that mid brush. Maybe it's just a lapse of communication between mid jungle. But now it's a free Drake, right? Antonio's going to rush back to this top side as soon as he can. But with, the advantages in top, the advantages in mid, this should be a very easy Rift Herald. It's going to pick up some plating and extend that gold lead for KS. Pretty significant.
Indeed, they are the ones that are looking to break this game wide open. With this Herald, if they're able to get it, I talked about the game maybe going longer. We're going to have to actually hold that thought. We're going to see the fight in the bot lane. Zizzy flashed himself away. That is the killer instinct from Zonks to the W as well. Does he have the damage? One more auto is going to have to be enough. It's not going to come through. Lycro picks up the kill. Zonks going just a little bit too aggressive, perhaps. Lycro going to have to get flashed away from by Warzar, trading that summoner with the support. One kill for FE as they maybe start to win the bot lane matchup.
Oh, no. That's just a misplay from Zonks. Having flash and canceling an auto attack all at once. Just kidding. TP'd on.
Teleport in, resting in top, going to be joining the fray. Lycro, can he get the execute in? Is the calling going to be enough? It will not reach the backside. Lycro with that execute, resting in top, picks up 1 kill and XP on 2.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. They're gonna fight in mid. Everyone's just fighting.
Air 4 goes for the shockwave on himself. Doesn't quite land that, but he does get the phase rush out to safety. Air 4 just walks himself out.
Yeah, there was no follow-up stun from Syndra, so not enough CC there to make the play. Antonio not having the unstoppable force, so yeah, the canceled auto attack actually from Zonks is the reason why he didn't get the initial kill onto Lycro. He probably would have been traded back anyway by Zizzy, to be fair, but he could have picked up that kill. Sadly, maybe a little misplay from Zonks, but you know, things happen. So going down there on the bot side, then the TP on behind from Resting is good to clean up one. Lycro actually pretty intelligent there to get that execute instead of having to go down to that Lucian, giving him some even more XP and gold. But now they're going to try to punish Resting.
Yeah, the lane swap did come through across the map. It's not going to be working out for Resting in top. He is resting in peace for the third time this game.
And, oh, what an unbreakable. They're going to turn off the tower.
And in top lane, there fights in all 3 lanes at the same time. Necrox kill in the top is traded. Both top laners just get jumped on by the Goon Squad on the other side. But the Herald in the top for Chaos means they should be winning this race.
Yeah, and that's really fun stuff, fighting across all 3 lanes. Love to see it. We're just duking it out at every possibility, saying whoever wins the fight wins the game. And it was a good unbreakable in mid, actually, to stop that unleashed power going on Zonks. It may have actually killed the AD carry, but Warzar doing a fantastic job throwing up that shield, stopping those orbs from flying through. Top lane, pretty easy kill. M6 shutting off the tower, having the follow-up CC. It's an easy kill up there. Bot side, Resting, maybe a little bit of an overstay. Antonio punishes it with that speed that Hecarim is known for, so lots of fighting going on. At the end of the day, though, I won't get too much into each individual skirmish. At the end of the day, the broader picture, it is Chaos with a gold lead. It's not, you know, insurmountable by any means. It's only around 2,000 at this point. But they do have a Drake to their name. They have a little bit of prio in each lane as well. That Rift Herald being popped does give them that top lane priority. So they're going to focus around Drake now, as Resting has this ability to walk around the map because that tower is down. This does mean Shadi gets to free farm, to be fair, so they get a little bit from it. But Resting should be able to make a play on Drake, or just Zizzy.
Might be trying to make the play onto Zizzy. That's the charge coming through. Resting on top, can't get himself away. That's going to be the Onslaught of Shadows, picking up the kill onto the Lucian. He goes down. A lot of key ultimates used, though. Cannon Brush, the Onslaught of Shadows as well. Maybe they can still be the play on the Dragon, actually, for KS.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 for 2 in ultimates, plus they lose their top laner. The culling is down, plus this Volibear ultimate, which wasn't used then, but it's just not available now. So the Drake is still looking to be secure. They're not going to contest this. I think if you're FE, this is okay, right? You don't want to try to throw the game now, because if they lose that contest, it's certainly not looking great for them. Glacial Fissure.
Engage in the bot. Lycra stunned up the W straight onto it. Zonks, the Kaiser mechanics are out in full force. Picks up the kill on the AD carry.
I mean, like, there's not really these long drawn extended fights for you to get hyped up now, y'all, Carl. It's just a lot of, you know, random engages onto random people that are overextended.
This guy's caught out. Yep, he's dead. Okay, this guy, yeah, he's also caught out. He's going to be dying as well. So I think we'll see the 5v5s at some point. At some point, an objective will be contested, right? Question mark. But KS for now, they're in the lead in terms of those epic blasters. 3 for 0, marching toward this Ocean Soul. That's the rift we have as the third tower of the game is broken in the Motland.
I knew it. I told you it was Ocean. Just, you know.
Necrox knew all along.
Yeah, of course. That's what color casters are for, actually. You know, just predicting what's going to happen in the game. I told you it was Ocean. Never wrong, ever. Even when I talk about Poke Ash, which I know the audience always loves. Speaking of the rest of this game and predictions, I mean, we will have a 5-on-5 at some point. I think that prediction is probably true. I also think the getting caught out should stop at some point if what these teams do want to clean up their act and not give away free gold. I mean, basically, you're just giving free gold to the enemy team, right? You're not getting anything for it when you are just getting caught out like that. You're losing, you know, maybe summoners along the way as well. So it's really not ideal. Both the teams are doing it, though. So if everyone's getting caught out, then I guess it's an even Steven match. At the end of the day, after all the getting caught out and all the mistakes that are going on, we do have a very strong Orianna 3-0. That Shockwave can do a lot of damage, and we all know 2 sticks make a hat, and she already has 1 stick under her belt. So very powerful force there. Volibear looking relatively strong early on as well. Kaisa 2-0 for herself, working on that Ginsu's that should be coming in pretty soon once she finishes her boots. But not looking bad for KS, but I think FE just need to take a clean fight next time instead of just having these random skirmishes across the map.
2 sticks make a hat. I like that a lot. I don't know if I've even heard that before. I feel like I should have. I feel like I'm sad that I didn't hear that. ever before in my life. But 2 sticks make a hat, or you could say 2 rods make a hat, you know, of the needlessly large variety. But we're moving on from our discussion of clothing and sticks back to the game, where we are yet to see a fight, but I think we might be about to see a dive potentially coming over the wall.
Yeah.
KS is just kind of taking a lot where they go, and FE really just giving a lot away instead of trying to contest.
Yeah, and they actually pull off there because they see Antonio pushing mid. They don't want to lose that entire wave. And he will crash this under tower, so now everyone's running back trying to like, oh no, XP minions, let's try to get those. Antonio will just be able to speed himself away here. As this top lane is looking, I mean, it wasn't looking great because Wrestling got cut out, but when you're 2-4 and your enemy is 0-2 and you're significantly up in CS, 28 CS up at 17 minutes, it's pretty good. You're chilling, you know, you get your top tower, you get a little bit more flexibility to walk around the map. And they will back off for now. Everyone's still hovering around this side of the map. I'm not actually sure why that everyone's over here. The jungle's clear. There's no Rift Herald to take. Everyone's just kind of walking around doing their nonchalant business. As N6 did get the second Rift Herald as a part of that, but everyone's just, you know, hovering.
I agree with you, Necrox. I think at this point it's getting a little bit weird. There have been 5 people like on the left side of mid for the last like 2 minutes. They're going to finally break the tower. Yeah, I mean, they get the tower, but they've lost a lot of farm in the bot lane and a little bit in the mid lane. I assume they'll reset the waves, and then try to go for this 3rd dragon to put themselves on Soul Point. I think it probably could have been a little bit more precise with one member, perhaps, you know, with Teleport, Air 4, or resting in top in one of those side lanes. Lycra, though, going to be in trouble here. I don't imagine he's going to have a whole lot of chance to get out of this one. Calling over the wall, going to follow the flash. Beautifully played by resting in top. Picks up the kill on Lycra.
Yeah, I don't know if Lycra actually just didn't have vision of resting there. Maybe he was out of his screen. Maybe he has his camera panned in the wrong way. But resting literally just walked down mid lane from the enemy's Nexus side and just killed the AD carry. That's really not what you like to see. Even flashing over the wall went Lycra. So that's really sad. Now your Ezreal doesn't have flash. Of course, Ezreal, one of the AD carries that doesn't rely on his flash super duper hard. So not all is lost. I mean, he did just hit his 2-item power spike, so you're okay in that respect, but doesn't have his Mana Immune transformation yet, so 3rd Drake still should go in the favor of KS if they take that fair fight. We'll see if that fair fight happens as they're grouping up around this blast cone, maybe for some cheeky shenanigans. And here they go.
Hello, over the wall. Antonio is out of there. The Onslaught of Shadows. He doesn't have it for the dragon now. I really do think that's just a concession of Soul Point.
Yeah, if you don't have that way to get over the wall, no blast cone, no hacker multi, and you're not contesting early on, there's really no way to do it unless there's like some sort of miracle steal from Zizzy here. It should be an easy secure. They get it. Soul Point now for KS. Ocean Soul, as we all know, arguably the most powerful soul in League of Legends, just because of that insane amount of regen that you do get. So big news here for KS. They're sitting on their own win condition. Now it's FE that has the pressure, right? Can you make a play? Can you do something? Antonio is running really fast across the map.
Yeah, he's gonna. I think he'll survive. I don't really know how he got there. I wasn't quite looking at the map, but KS honestly haven't faced that much resistance in this game, and they're not really that far ahead. They're 1,500 gold ahead, but it really feels like they're a lot farther ahead than they are. A lot of that, lead reduction comes from the jungle. Antonio, 2,000 gold ahead of M6, just been doing a ton of CSing. I think KS is a lot farther ahead than the gold looks like they are. At least they feel that way. They're on Soul Point. They have a ton of pressure on the map. FE haven't been, on the front foot in 10 minutes or so. Yeah,
they've been kind of letting things happen and sort of making random picks across the map. That's sort of how this game has played out so far. Random skirmishes across the map where people are overextended and getting caught out without vision set up accordingly in the proper places. But I mean, nothing to worry about really just quite yet for FE. Like, yes, you're on Soul Point, but the game is not over. If you are relying on scaling for your Gangplank and Ezreal, 4th Drake is the time that scaling should kick in by. So if that is your win condition, now's your time to pull it off, right? But I don't think you scale hard enough to overcome, Kaisa, Orianna, who's 3-0 with her completed very powerful hat. Lucian, who's sitting on 2 items. I mean, you're going to need a very clean team fight. And I don't know if the scaling is willing to just, grant them that free win as Rift Herald goes down mid now. They're going to try to push down this tier 2. When that tier 2 goes down, They get free access into this jungle, as the only tier 2 remaining at that point would be this bot tier 2, and that's really not important for Drake control, as it just doesn't quite finish off the tower. They lose a little bit there, but no worries for resting, as he gets access to all these camps and all of this gold, all that XP now that FE are going to be missing out on.
I really thought we were about to see a fight. I was very excited that there might finally be a team fight. But no, it's still a 1,500 gold lead. KS still just very chill, pushing for it. They're gonna get this tower as well. No resistance. We had a very strong stretch of fighting for 2.5 minutes in the early game, and since then we've gone the full 180. We went from LPL to LCK, right? We went from all fighting to all just chilling, and that's what's happening right now. You'd have to imagine this Soul will be.
Oh yeah, I mean, if FE don't want to contest this, it would be for something like a Baron trade. Hinting to us that they think they could win the game in the next 3 minutes. I don't think that's a point, especially when you only have 2 towers down being the side lanes, so you need a lot more map pressure to be able to make that trade. So the Soul is going to be contested. You can see that KS have this very aggressive position on the map. They're not even willing to let them walk up, even though the Soul isn't up for the next minute and a half. So it's going to be KS. Look for them to shove in all these waves and get their resets off. If they do want to reset, I would assume they want to spend their gold before the fight. You can see M6 going back now. I assume everyone's going to reset before this Drake comes up. And then it's just up to Antonio and M6. Who wins the smite fight on the Drake? Or do they want to play some sort of zone control to keep a jungler away? It's really who gets there first.
Indeed. Rageblade picked up for Zonix off that recall. That's a huge item for Kaisa. Deadman's play as well. Finish up for M6. We are on 2 items. All the members of Warazar, all the members of Warazar, all the members of KS except for Warazar on that 2-item power spike, not being seen for Shnati. He doesn't have that second item coming through quite yet. This Gangplank, I think, really the one that needs the most time to be scaling up right now. He just hasn't quite arrived. Frozen Fist is completed, or the Iceborne Gauntlet, I should say, completed for Lycro, but he doesn't have the Manamune stack. That is a huge buff in power. If he can get that stacked in the next 50 seconds, I think it really could make the difference.
Yeah, if he can get that transformation, that would be really big. Here we go, fight in the mid lane.
It is fight time, folks. Lycro flashed himself away. Zox going in, potentially losing his mind a little bit with that killer instinct. That's the Glitch Fissure coming across. But Air 4, what a teleport behind on the Orianna. Shockwave is a complete whiff, though. They have taken Lycro off the map. A lot of summoners blown as well by FE. KS come on top with that fight.
Yeah, they get one, and that's so big now. Your Ezreal won't be up. I mean, he's going to be close, right? 6-second difference, maybe 5-second difference on the Ezreal timer. He does have TP, yeah, so he can get back into the fight if they let them stall for long enough. But if you're KS, you want to force this down as soon as possible. The health bars are low, but now they're going to collapse onto FE.
We could go for the claps. Who's catching who right now? The barrels in the backline. Radovan is taken off the map immediately. Warazar flashed over the wall. He's going to be just fine as well. Shnati to follow, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The culling over the wall. Double kill for resting in top. Antonio still alive. Still has the ultimate. He might have to go for the miracle steal, but Chaos now in full control of this objective.
They're gonna give it up. Antonio can't even get there in time. True Shot Barrage not gonna make it either. And that is so big for KS. They win the fight, they win the Ocean Soul, and now they are marching either through mid lane or to Baron. Which one is it? They're going for Baron. That's the call. 17 seconds on Gangplank. TP available. This may actually be a throw if they want to commit to this fight. Everyone will be trapped up in the same place. Antonio has that onslaught of shadows available, but FE aren't even around. I'm not even sure that they know it's gone. Jarl Carl, they get Soul, they get Baron, and you can almost write the game off now.
Muramana Kaisa plus a Blade of the Ruined King 2-item Lucian. That Baron didn't stand a chance. After, right, they have a huge amount of Baron damage. Objectives gone very quickly. I think this game almost is a write-off. The gold lead's still not even that big. It's less than 5,000 gold. But right now, Chaos, they have that Soul. That's got to be at least 10,000 gold worth of value, to my mind, as well as that Baron buff. I think they just will take one more fight. They can maybe just cleanly end the game. This has been a very clean game by Chaos so far.
I mean, relatively clean. I will give some credit to Antonio making a couple picks on resting, who is a little overextended in the top. But yeah, I would absolutely overall agree with you that this has been a way less coin flippy style than we've seen in the past, where both teams are willing to only fight around critical objectives, and you know, the other team not wanting to fight because they know they don't have the upper hand. In this case, it's FE. So it's a little bit of a draft advantage early on to get this early pressure. Now Warzar may be caught out. Look at the vision control. Thank you, observers, for highlighting this. Everyone's sitting in that brush. It may be a problem.
Ooh, they kind of give up the ghost, though, on that one. Resting on top, able to lock himself away. I think that was a good look, actually, by FE, but it just doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, they don't actually get that one there, but, good try, right? It's a good toggle from vision to make sure that we know what's going on in that death brush. So they're trying, right? FE don't want to give this game up completely. The problem is, where's the executioners on the team, right? Where's the grievous wounds? Who has it? And the answer is, I believe,
Antonio,
zero people.
Oh
yeah, Ignite.
Ooh. Yeah, not quite the power you might be hoping for. This one, the siege coming through by KS. You know, what is the hill that FE will choose to die on here? At some point, you got to take a fight. You have to go, do you try to pick off resting in top, perhaps? Maybe go for the barrel right now. A little bit of demonstrated, but Shnadi's down 3 levels. You're never going to be winning that fight. 3-item Lucian. He does so much damage. They are just getting squeezed right now, FE. They got to do something at some point.
Oh, what is that damage on the Lycro? Just gets obliterated by the shockwave. Good unbreakable to stop. Here we go.
Might see the fight. Killer Instinct goes in. We saw the Unleashed Power go down, do, 30% of the HP bar right now. A little bit blocked by that unbreakable fight. The top lane, that's top. He might be fine. Just kidding. Shut down. 1,000 gold in favor of Antonio, but the push comes through in the bot lane. We are zooming way out here on Summoner's Rift. The tower is broken in the bot lane. They do lose their top laner, however, so we'll see how much they want to continue the push. It looks like they do want to go for the fight. Actually, Radovan is gone. Warazar, the assassin, picking up the kill on that one. Zonx has picked the kill onto Antonio as well. 2 for 1 overall in the fight right now. That's the engage. The Stormbringer comes through. Lycra having to flash himself away. Shnadi as well taking so much damage. Oranges himself to stay alive, but the inhibitor has gone down. Chaos, they're going to take their prize and potentially leave. Zonx going back in for a bit of damage to flash forward as well. Shockwave has come back up. Zonx can he pick up the kill? No, he can't. That summoner was used in vain. They may try to go for the end, though. They are on to the Nexus Tower. First one under fire, going very low. That has been taken down. They might be onto the second as well. Can the defense come through? It's 15 seconds on the rest of the members in this 4 versus 3 push. The barrels, they are being destroyed. No wave clear comes through. Nexus is now open. M6 onto that. Can they just focus it down? Will there be an engage from FE? Air 4 finds the pick onto the support. It's looking less and less likely for Fantastic eSports as this fight does progress. Teleport coming through as well. Respawns have come up. Zonx goes in with the Killer Instinct. They're onto the Nexus. Air 4 doesn't take any damage. This Ocean Soul is so strong. Radovan one shot where he stands. The Nexus finally goes down. Crawl even as Serbia taking the game number 1 over Fantastic eSports.
Whoa, Jarl Kara, are we watching the LCS? What a clean finish from KS. Yes, it looks scrappy at the end, but they knew their exact limit, not backing off, knowing they can finish that Nexus with the Ocean Soul, taking the 2 Nexus Towers cleanly, pushing in the base. Yes, resting top died on the top side, but it was all worth in the end. Getting that push into the base was so critical, and what a great game from KS. FE not even having a chance. Exquisite macro, exquisite objective control from KS. Love to see it. They look so much better today. I'm so excited to see how the rest of the series plays out. I'm loving the League of Legends that I'm seeing.
So am I. That was a very clean game. KS, there's a little bit of the early game where it was a little bit scrappy, right? Resting in top got caught out a couple of times, but after that they really smoothed it over. They took a lot of objectives, really committing to them, able to get them without a fight, almost ending the game without a fight, right? They just had to take that one at the inhibitor turret, and they just broke it down, and they pushed through for the win. Very well done by KS. Definitely looking forward to game number 2 and potentially a game 3 beyond. We're going to step aside for 5 minutes as we prepare that second game in this set. Howling eSports will be right back.
Everywhere, fruits and herrings, dykes and fairies. Tell me where it's empty. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are never rich no more.
Speed of light. Speed of light.
Yeah. Tell me that.
Speed of light.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick up, pick up like one or two. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley-oops, we returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you. Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you.
Hey Taylor, I got you. Look, I'm saving half for you cause I got it bad for you. Don't you ever trip about it, we can even passport it. You deserve it, you ain't even gotta ask for it. Life's a marathon and I wouldn't wanna fast forward. And for the love it was back and forth like tennis. Indy down to Atlanta like every weekend. No matter what we had on the schedule, progressing with every pedal. Momentum at speed of light, I need me like 20 medals, yes. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Break it down, nothing new. Let's say we rendezvous. One or two, especially if I love you. Just for you. Trips out to Malibu. From a blowing loop.
Speed of light. Catch me. Catch me. Catch me. Speed of light.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. I feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. I feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now.
Welcome back, everybody. We are all set up for game number 2 between Fantastic Esports and Kraljevina, Serbia. Could be a 2-0 Necrox. That first game, honestly, didn't look that complicated. Did not look that complex. KS just kind of ran over Fantastic Esports in that one. I am Earl Carl, alongside the aforementioned Necrox.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very clean game from KS. I was very congratulatory for KS, right? It was a very good, clean win for them, looking very clean, cut, and dry, stacking those strikes, even getting Richards on the other side of the map, getting push in every single lane. Absolutely sensational play. I think if they perform like that, they're on their way to these final matches, but we'll see if FE have it in them to, instead of, we're talking about this during the break, if they want to play to win instead of playing not to lose, right? They seemed way more cautious in this game, not willing to pull the trigger, especially at the right times. I mean, we think about that last Drake approach from FE. They pulled the trigger in a very odd fashion, right? They tried to walk through an extremely dark jungle instead of walking around earlier through mid-brush. So we'll see if FE can pull this one back, or if it's going to be a clean 2-0, which kind of has been the storyline of this series so far.
Indeed, I think Fantastic Esports looked hesitant, I think, in that first game. They just didn't ever really want to go for the full engage, and I think a lot of that was because they were losing the whole time, right? And so you don't really want to go for an engage when you're behind, but at some level they just got squeezed out of that game farther and farther, and when they finally did try to go for an engage, like you said, it was a little bit botched, didn't really work out, they just kind of lost where they stood, and so I think they need to play more aggressively in the early game, at least try to get some kind of an advantage, because the top lane, I think, just took too long with the gangplank. I didn't love that part of the comp, it didn't really work out, and the jungle matchup just lost, I think, mostly due to mid-priority. Coming through, Air 4 was able to support M6 a lot faster than Radovan was able to support Antonio, and so M6 got ahead in the early game. Sure, Antonio out-farmed it, but it just didn't matter. The top side of the map was essentially just useless for Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get much done, right? I mean, your Gangplank is losing in the 1v1, getting solo killed. Your Orianna isn't getting solo killed, or excuse me, your Syndra is not getting solo killed necessarily, but a lot of things just not going well, to be fair. I liked what I saw bot side, you know, this sort of winning 2v2 with Braum Ezreal having that pressure instead of just saying, okay, it's Ezreal Karma, we're just going to give up the lane and just seed everything. Every lane playing basically to their limits, and it's played really well from KS. I think FE need to either switch something up in draft, understanding that they need a winning lane this time instead of just you know, 3 scaling lanes, or they need to switch up their play style, right? You know, start trading objectives instead of giving objectives. If they're going for Drake, we're going for Rift. If they're going for bot tower, we're going for top tower. And I think that allows FE to have a little more gold in their pockets, and instead of just, you know, seeding the game over a little too quickly.
I agree. There was a lot of standing and watching KS take your objectives. And I think trying to be more proactive, even just in that trade, instead of 3 people standing behind the tower watching it blow up, being able to, you know, go take the top lane tower instead, take the Herald instead, do those trades. That's going to allow you to just be able to pull the trigger more because you're not as far behind. They got so far behind in the first 10 minutes, they never were able to contest anything, just kind of fell flat. I would like to see more early game lanes. Sure, the Ezreal is strong, but it scales. Gangplank, strong, but it scales. Syndra at the same time got absolutely nothing done, was way too slow. I think at least one of those lanes needs to be something very, you know, early game aggressive. Go for an assassin, go for, you know, a Camille in the top lane, something that can really pack a punch.
Yeah, I would like to see something that is a little more early game oriented from FE. I mean, I don't want them to completely commit to the early game because I don't think that the early game is particularly insane by any means, but if they are allowed to have some sort of winning lane and some sort of pressure, at least they can get something back, right? We saw later in the last game, they were splitting and just pushing waves instead of taking towers. I want to see hard commit this time. Let's go FE, bring it back, game 3. I want to see it.
Indeed, that is Necrox's final thoughts. We are all set for everyone's favorite jam session. The Champion Select is next. What a good time that is every single time. Crowded into Serbia. Now on the blue side, they have first ban and first pick against Fantastic Esports, who are now in that elimination match. We talked about this earlier. If Fantastic Esports don't win 2 in a row, they are out of this league. They are finishing in 4th place. That is not in the money. That doesn't get you very far, Necrox.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get any of that juicy subscription money for Howling eSports, sadly. You know, it's maybe not looking too good for FE at this point. We'll see if they can bring it back. I've got a little birdie in my ear telling me that this could be a very fun Champion Select. Y'all, Carl.
Yeah, our producers, thank you for that info. I'm not going to repeat some of the things you're saying in the chat about it, but we're moving on from that. Let's just say KS, maybe they're pulling a Laganma in this game. Nobody knows about that. The bans so far seem pretty standard. The Caitlyn banned away. A little bit surprised actually to see the Caitlyn ban instead of the Ashe ban. As the 3rd ban on blue side, maybe prioritizing the Frost Archer a little bit higher than the Sheriff and Piltover. We'll see if Fantastic Esports are willing to give away that Ashe, as they are really puzzling over it, scratching their heads in this last ban.
Yeah, they're trying to see. It's not Ashe banned away, so I expect to see Zonks on Ashe. I mean, that is one of his most comfortable picks. There it is. It's hovered. You're absolutely right, Jarl Carl. It is locked in almost instantaneously for Zonks. The only question remaining is Lycro. What do you want to play into this Ashe? You played Ezreal last game. Obviously, it didn't go incredibly well. I mean, he didn't necessarily get that far behind. It was just, you know, the rest of the team not being able to play it through. And it's Senna. I love to see this from FE. No, it's not necessarily a quote-unquote winning lane, but it's something new, right? It's not this stock standard, okay, let's just pick Ezreal and scale up. It's a very new champion. They're trying something. I like to see the diversification here from Fantastic.
Absolutely. I would really like to see a range support. right now for Carly Serbia. I harp on this every time there's a Senna. Senna does great when there's a melee member in her lane that she can stack souls on. I want to see a Lulu right now. I want to see a Nami right now. I want to see ranged members in the bot lane for Chaos. They can go for the poke. I think that will be a much stronger lane than if they go for a Nautilus or something in the support position. I don't like that pick because the Senna can just stack off of it so easily. As I say that, they're hovering the Blitzcrank, and they're going to maybe going to switch that up. I'm getting baited once again as that Orianna, Lady of Clockwork, has been locked in.
Yeah, and it's so reliable, so time-tested, and the Syndra is the counter pick once again. We'll see if the Syndra actually gets locked in this time. No, Zilean is... Okay, we're actually seeing a lot of new things. Nidalee is here for Antonio, a very strong farming jungler with a lot of pressure, on these squishy targets. If you can get onto Ashe, boom, one shot, dead. Orianna, if Orianna's not ready for it, boom, actually just one shot. So we'll see if Antonio can prove his might there. I'm super excited to see how that works out. The Zilean, on the other hand, is actually flexible. We've seen Zilean top in professional metas recently. We have seen Zilean mid. Bjergsen has been a big pilot for that Zilean mid. Even Zilean support is quite common. Now Pyke is the hover. So much is happening in this draft right now. I thought KS we're gonna have something interesting. It's actually fantastic that is doing a little bit of mixing it up here. Draft.
And as we say that, they go back to a very standard pick. What I'm noticing right now about Fantastic eSports, as my brain just turned off, is that they don't have a front line right now. You can try to argue with me that Thresh, and it's talking about sport, you can try to argue with me that Thresh is a tank. I'm not going to believe you. That does not count as a tank. Fiddlesticks is the hover. This is, the spice levels have been turned up, I think, Necrox. I'm imagining this is an Akali top, Orianna mid, Ashe to carry, Kog'Maw support with Hecarim. Oh, we're going to find out. Oh, locking the team. That'd be fun. Come on, do it. They're not going to. There's zero chance to do this. I will eat my hat if they lock this in. And it looks like I will not be eating the hat. As that got a little bit close for comfort. Sion in the top lane. I don't imagine Sion will be dying to Akali, but hey, you never know.
What is this? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I've been casting for quite a while now in League of Legends. I've had a little bit of experience casting some grand finals, some really exciting things in my life. I'm actually relatively new to this league, as the audience may understand. One thing I have never witnessed in my entire time in solo queue, professional casting, is Kog'Maw. What? Kog'Maw support? What even is this? I don't understand. Google, please help me. I thought maybe Ashe support, at least that makes a little bit of sense. I've seen it in the past. Okay. I guess we're doing it. It's happening. Alright. I'm speechless, y'all.
I can, all evidence to the contrary, but, Alexa, what is Kog'Maw support? That's what I thought, not a whole lot. So, I guess, it's going to be, I assume it will just be a full AP Kog'Maw that is played in the support position, is my current theory. Although you don't get any money when you play support, really, so that makes that sound less good. Also, most of their team is AP, which shouldn't really matter. I'm still going to claim there's not really a front line for Fantastic eSports. You have one tank. I'm not buying it. I would like to see not the Nidalee in the jungle. We've seen Nidalee a lot in Howling eSports, and it's actually worked a lot better than I always say it will. So maybe I should, stop criticizing it so much. I don't hate the comp for Fantastic eSports. It just seems a little bit, eclectic. They have like a weird assortment of champs that they kind of just threw together. KS, I think they have a great comp, except for the support position.
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit odd. Hecarim isn't really known to be a frontline either, so that's kind of interesting to me as well. It seems like they're playing a poke comp without, having that strong poke champion, I guess. I mean, Kog'Maw, if you wanted to play poke Kog'Maw, you would do it in mid lane with all that AP stacking, but now they're playing sort of this ball delivery with Akali and Hecarim. I don't know. It's very strange to me. I don't think they have much feel for their Kog'Maw. I think the Kog'Maw support is a little bit, I won't say troll, but troll. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I think Fantastic have a little bit of easier time going into this. I mean, if Thresh does land that death sentence in bot side, we may see 2v2 kills at that point, just because of how strange this bot side is. And I'm excited to see Senna play. I assume it's going to be actually farming Senna with D-Blade with Glacial Augment. That makes a lot of sense to me. They picked up their frontliner. Lots of things going right in the draft here for Effie, but Nidalee and Zilean aren't two of the most popular picks, so we'll see actually how those play out.
Yeah, I mean, I think, a standard comp would kind of be this, but with a Zach or a Sejuani and a Azir or a Corki in the mid lane. I think would, really be that packing a punch that you would normally see in the meta. That's not what they decided to go for. I think this Senna lane, I just don't know how to analyze this Kog'Maw, because I think if the Kog'Maw isn't getting hit by the hooks, if he misses the death sentence, maybe the flay goes wide too, this Kog'Maw is going to put out a lot of damage, right? Because Kog'Maw, even early on with his W, active, and he might be maxing the E instead if he's going AP, but, the poke from the E, and Kog'Maw W does a lot of damage. It does percent damage. If he's able to free fire, that's a double auto attack situation going on. There's not a lot of CC in this lane if the Thresh misses. So I think a lot of my attention is going to be focused on the Thresh in this lane, because I think he actually will determine whether this is won or lost for KS, or won or lost for Fantastic.
Yeah, and we'll get into the stats of Kog'Maw support as I frantically pull them up as we load up onto Summoner's Rift, and we can discuss those a little bit later. But Senna allows for an easier time landing death sentence because of her glacial proc that I assume she'll be using this game, and the binding as well if she lands it. So we'll see how that lane plays out. I'm not exactly sure if they've practiced this or if it's just something they're trying out because why the heck not. I'm going to avoid that lane like the plague for now until I can get some more information as we search that up. My interest here is actually the middle-y, honestly. I mean, Akali into Sion, we all know Akali kills Sion early. After that, he basically becomes unkillable, so that's that. Nidalee into Hecarim, though. Nidalee is a very skill-expressive champion, and if you get ahead on that champion, you're very strong. But if you get behind and you can't farm correctly, then your champion is basically Soraka with a spear.
Soraka with the spear. I like that.
Yeah.
It's relatively accurate, though. It's kind of like a worse Soraka. Like the unicorn and the horn has been turned into a spear. So you have less healing and more spear, and it's just not great. Anyway, coming through for Antonio. If he can kite around this horse, it's cat against horse, right? And I think, we all know what happens when a cat gets in the way of a horse. So it might not be working out that well for Antonio here. He does have Radovan, though. He's going to be proving that he has 9 lives. I personally would like to see Radovan save Antonio 8 times in this game, really demonstrating that the cat does have 9 lives. I think that could be pretty exciting. I hope you all enjoyed that joke. In the bot lane, I think if the hooks land, Warzar will die very fast. This is going to be, Kog'Maw is essentially a glass cannon. He will be exploding if that CC is landed, as we are now seeing the Rift. Ooh, that's kind of fun. We're going sepia tone today on the Rift right now. As you can see, we got an Infernal Dragon coming up first.
Yeah, we do, and that is a little giveaway as things may be a little buggy. I'm not sure if that is just frozen or...
I imagine it's a pause. It's the pause tone, I think. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so while that's paused, we can talk a little bit more about this Kog'Maw. As I do actually have some information now. Kog'Maw holds a 46% win rate in support, so it's actually not completely troll. Typically, the Kog'Maw opts for something like Exhaust or Barrier, a little more defensive itemization. So we'll see if that comes out. Arcane Comet is typically the rune of choice. You do build AP, Archangels, sort of build into Rylai's or Leandri's or Morello or whatever you need. We'll see if that is the option of choice. As we do get a pause between these two sides, we'll let you know as soon as we can about what that's about.
Indeed, we will. I like this. I like this pause location. Get a little bit of a view of the Rift. We can point out. We can see that turret in the background. I think that's the turret with that crystal hanging out, ready to shoot anybody that comes by. A little bit of a path. I think it's cool to see the Rift in the first-person view. Down at ground level. The cinematic. This is cool.
Here we go.
Is that a mastery? Can we go back to the right? I think it's a mastery flash that we can see.
That's definitely.
I think it's somebody's direction. That's a mastery flash. That's cool. Okay. I don't know why we can see it this far away.
You didn't know in League of Legends when you flash mastery, it's visible to the heavens.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. I've always wanted to see I've always wanted to kind of mod my client so I can observe games fully from this view. This is actually very cool.
There actually is software that allows this, and it's pretty reliable. It's very difficult to navigate, so props to our observers for literally taking us the tour of this. This is so cool. I love it. We're actually in the base. Siege the Nexus while you're at it. Oh my gosh. This is fantastic. This is insane.
Yeah, who's flashing the master right now? Who's giving us the show? Oh, that's okay. That's a little scary. You can get the close up here. Oh, she's ready to go. Akali is ready to go in the middle of the dance move, flashing the mastery here. And that's the Nexus. There it is. That's the crystal. That's what gives life, everybody.
Mm-hmm. This is fantastic. This is actually quite insane is we do get a tour down Summoner's Rift as we head to the other Nexus. We are going into game number 2 between these two teams. I'm so distracted. Oh, no, back. I honestly, hey, we're back. The duck. Yes.
It's the duck. I think we need to have more pauses, Necrox. That's really. Can we just keep it on? Let's just keep the camera right here the whole time.
Can we tell the players to just pause and let us go on a tour of Summoner's Rift first person?
Zoom out. Honestly, huge props to observers. They are far more talented than we are. We just sit here and yell, and they do all the real work in the artistic license. That's a big ball actually on her head. That's got to be. Is that heavy? Does it just pull itself? I don't know. Anyway. There's a bit of
we're watching the game from this perspective. That is officially
this is what could go wrong. Calling about dancing. That guy's actually scary. That zoom in, very very spooky.
Oh, I can't believe the observers are just feeding our absolute obsession with what's going on now.
We've been cut off.
Yeah, they said, okay guys, we actually want you to cast the game. So sadly, that is what we have to do now. Quick look at itemization, or not itemization, excuse me, rune selection, summoner choice, Kog'Maw going for heal, that's fine, Ashe going cleanse, kind of makes sense as well in this lane. Hecarim going ghost phase rush, so a little more movement ability. Other than that, things are pretty stock standard across the board. A little combat lane going on bot side for FE. You know, Sen and Thresh does have that kill threat. Pretty normal though. Electrocute on Nidalee, stock standard start. Junglers are going to be starting opposite buffs from each other, so it'll be red and red start. And Akali sitting in that brush, actually top side, may want to trade with the Sion, but he will take the safe way.
Unlucky. No early trade there. 4 resting in top, but no harm, no foul, right? He's going to get the lane just perfectly fine in time. Should be able to collect these 3 minions with that Q. Antonio going for the relatively quick Nidalee clear. Going to use the smite on the Krug for a bit of HP. And these junglers, I don't think they'll be meeting super early unless one of them wants to not go for that full clear. Antonio maybe could go for an early gank though.
Yeah, he definitely could, and just so everyone is aware and for full transparency, that pause was for top lane lag reasons. So sadly, no more watching ducks cross the rift anymore, unless one of these top laners wants to start lagging again, in which case feel free to message them independently. But not anymore, sadly. Other than that, yeah, it could be an early start here. Hecarim opting for that same clear that we saw last game, red into Krug's Interactors, because he just is so incredible with that Q stacking. He can clear camps so well with that AoE.
Very far ahead. Yeah, already. And it's not like Nidalee clears slow. Yeah, she's not a slow clearer at all. This Hecarim is cooking.
Yeah, he's cooking on gas. I mean, he's steaming through this jungle as you sort of expect out of Hecarim. This champion is just so good right now. If you don't play it, I would absolutely recommend trying out Hecarim if you are a jungler player. That champion is so good. We'll see how the Kog'Maw support actually matches up. Not going Relic shield, which is kind of interesting to me. Great death sentence into Flay, into
the double root. Warzar taking a lot of punishment on the Kog'Maw. We said it would depend on those death sentences. First one is a hit.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? You can get a lot of CC down. Glacial makes it easier. I don't actually think Glacial procs it. Just a good hook by Zizzy, to be fair. I mean, just raw death sentence landed. An early recall. Okay, so this is a cheetah recall that is being attempted by Electro. We'll see if he actually wants to continue it. I don't think he will now as the waves sort of reset. Cheetah recall, 3 waves pushed in, get your pull, get whatever, and here we go, play on the lane.
Radovan, perfect flash. You gotta flash that E so you get knocked back toward your tower, but Summoner blown, nice gank.
Yeah, it's simple maths there for Radovan as he flashes at the good time to make sure he's getting knocked back in that direction. Pretty common there. It's pretty good gank, to be fair, blowing Ghost.
It's the duck.
Okay,
we're gonna have to hold that thought. We got another fight though in the bottom. The next hook did Lad. Zizzy not gonna go in for anything more, but 2 for 2 so far. This guy he's doing pretty well.
I am so distracted. There was a duck. I'm not sure which is cuter, my dogs that sometimes like to cast the game, or the duck in League of Legends. Oh my gosh, it's back. We're getting hit. This is actually the best thing that's happened to me in so to watch a duck float around. I'm not sure when that duck actually disappears, if it ever disappears. Do they fight around the duck?
I don't know. I think we can also see mid lane through the brush. So we can look the duck very happy. I would say we can go full screen on the duck, but that's a terrible idea. We would like to actually watch the game. Yeah. Oh my god, it's the duck. Funny one going in the mid lane too. farm coming through. We can look at that gold in the background. We can see it. Anyway, I think we need to move on. Necrox, we got to be like shaken out of our trance right now.
I know.
As a pretty good top lane start for resting in top actually over Schnotty. He's up of, around a wave, and this is what we would expect until some armor and some, not armor actually, but magic resist and some HP can come through for this Scion. He's going to get bullied just a little bit.
Yeah, and at this point he will cross the threshold where he's unkillable with the Kali's like full combo, and then it doesn't really matter anymore. But for now he is relatively vulnerable. You see him getting shoved in, and it's a melee into melee matchup, so the trading happens all the time, but the trading just automatically favors Akali because of her auto passive, her ability to put out consistent damage. Other than that, I mean, top lane of course is going to go pretty well, which you would expect other parts of the draft to have made up for that weak side. Top lane, as of now, we don't see that happening. Again, maybe because of this comment, the duck is back. They're trying to bait me out of stopping doing real analysis. I won't listen.
It's gone.
It left.
I think maybe it gets scared away. Like when a champion walks nearby, the duck goes away because it's not there the whole game. And I think also sometimes it's not always there. I think at least in the first person game, when you play by yourself. Actually, Shockwave in the mid lane, not going to achieve a whole lot.
Yeah, it's a blown Shockwave. I mean, some Orianna players actually do opt to blow that Shockwave just for damage, if they know there's no threat of like a gank potential. Zillion Italy does have some gank potential, but it requires, really good timing from Zillion to stack that stun at the proper time, or else it's just GG. But here we go, playing bot side.
In the bot lane, M6 doing a lot of damage there. Zizzy not able to use the hook for any sort of advantage. Actually, Destiny's goes a little bit wide there, taking a lot of damage to the trade as well. Liker trying to get some stacks on that one, but Zonx comes out ahead. M6, a nice gank.
Yeah, it was a good gank, and maybe a little bit of a misplay by Zizzy, getting a little greedy, trying to make the return play onto the Kog'Maw or the Ashe, whichever he was aiming for. Here we go, this is what we were talking about, the gank setup in mid. It's kind of hard to punish.
Airfort just walks off.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to play it almost perfectly if they want to find something. And Radovan is going to back. He does have TP. I expect Airfort to do just about the same. Let's see, Hakram is bounced from from bot to mid now to Drake. So he's had a lot of time to sit down here and relish over this bot side control that they do have. So the bot lane will warm up. It is actually the support Kog'Maw with the control in the lane to get this first Drake. They get the Infernal that we got a cheeky glance at the beginning. Second Drake is coming up in the next 5 minutes.
Will be the Cloud Dragon. We got another little cheeky glance at that one. So again, gonna be either the Mountain or the Ocean Soul. So a defensive soul this game, similar to that Ocean Soul we saw last game. So Chaos once again stacking the dragons. Gold lead pretty much even. M6 did fall a little bit far behind in CS, just standing on the bot side that long and going for that dragon.
Yeah, Drake will definitely be putting possession now, understanding that Drakes are super important. I mean, if you understand now, like, give away free Drakes if they can contest them. A quick question to our chat, rather. Is our observers wondering if he overdid the duck? Please let us know in chat. Was the duck overdone, or do you want more of the duck when it comes back? Feel free.
I don't think it's coming back. I think it's gone.
Forever?
Until next game. I mean, we better cheer for Fantastic Esports if you want to see the duck again, folks, because it's coming back. Probably going to see a Shockwave. Ooh, actually, we're going to see a whiffed hook. Zizzy, he started off so strong, and since then, it's kind of gone a little bit downhill on the direction finding.
Yeah, it's not gone, incredibly well for the death sentences so far, and that's not where Thresh relies on. Most of his utility comes from, landing Flay into hook or something like that, or just straight up Lantern, because he is such a versatile champion. He can play in so many different ways. This lane is not going well for Lycro and Zizzy. They're losing 2 plates now. I mean, it's really not great. And here we go. There's a death sentence cleansed away immediately by Zonx, understanding the kill threat of that double CC from Senna and Fresh.
Indeed. Chat, mixed opinions on the duck. We're going to move on from the duck and focus on the game. It is an elimination game, right? This could be the last time we see Fantastic Esports. This could be the last time we see Schnotty on the map, though. He could get taken down with this perfect execution coming through. Meanwhile, First Blood on the mid side, bot side. Not entirely sure what happened there, but Radovan does find himself in the depth chamber. Top lane dive coming through. The flash not going to be enough. Resting in top. Picks that one up into the Shroud. Can he get himself away? Does he have the flash? No, he does not. Oh, he's in the Shroud. He can't be seen by the zombie. Resting in top. He is just styling on him. 2 for 0 right now for Chaos.
I'm going to assume
No words, Necrox. No words.
He walked under tower as the minions died resting. No! I was going to give you props, assuming that you knew that interaction between the Shroud and the Scion passive. You know, that death, the zombie sort of Scion, not being able to see you in the Shroud. I was gonna be like, okay, he actually knows this interaction really well. Sadly, he just pays the prices. Here we go, double flay.
Engaged in the bottom, huge damage coming through. Zox trying to run himself away. Nice volley goes back, trading some damage. Resting in top is here, but he doesn't have ult. I think this could be quite flat very quickly. Warzar, not a lot of damage in the tank right now. Oh, he's going back in, resting in top, trying to pick up the kill onto Lycro. Can he trade his time onto Zizzy? Now Radovan arrives first. Air 4 doesn't even move. That is kind of a disaster for KS to lose 2 kills.
Good death sentence from Zizzy there to make sure Lycro is in no more danger. Flash over the wall from Lycro to get to safety, and they play it pretty well, to be fair. To resting, he didn't have a lot of cooldowns available, so not much to work with. You were talking about how he didn't have the ultimate, which is such an important part of Akali's kit. Ooh, that's a pushback under tower. That's so many pushbacks.
Wow. M6. Jungler solo kills the top laner.
That was... He got shoved back into tower like 2 or 3 times. That just feels really bad. You're like, please let me move. Let me play the game. And Hecarim's like, no, you're staying over here. No, over here. And they get that solo kill in top lane. You'd love to see that when your Hecarim is actually making an impact on your lane. You know, you TP down bot side and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna lose this whole wave. I'm gonna lose so much plating. I don't have a way to get back up there. Luckily, Hecarim is able to make the play, so that's really good for KS, right? They have a very strong top side now, and it's pretty good. Now we're seeing the itemization for Scion to start to come through. Bommy's picked up to clear these waves a little quicker, get some more magic damage burning, and of course, ooh,
Arrow goes the arrow. A bit wide. A little bit of an errant arrow on that one. M6 in the bot lane, though, if they can bait a fight, might be able to come in this Hecarim in the jungle. I also want to point out the Tiamat built by Schnotty. You know, maybe a little too aggressive. We'll see if he has enough defense right now to survive resting in top, but I think that potentially could have gone, you know, towards the completion of the Ninja Tabby, plus a little bit more defensive statistics for himself. Radovan as well in the mid lane could be in trouble if that ultimate wears off in time. The flash into the tower, beautifully timed there by Air 4. He's going to have to get himself away, but he doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, and that's really all there is to say about that, right? We weren't actually able to watch the setup on that solo kill, but the timing on the flash for Orianna was pinch perfect. That was absolutely great. And we're getting a little view now of the Drake being started up. It's coming in, and M6 is hovering around instantaneously, knowing that this Bjergsen lookalike in mid lane is dead. So they get to stack around this Drake, gonna secure Scuttle. Vision control is already down. You can see Antonio looking to try to make a play here, but all the blue side is here, right? I mean, the only member that's not here is this Orianna, so she'll be walking over as well. Antonio forced to walk away. 2 Drakes now to the side of KS. They're already working their way onto that soul point. Now, looking good for KS once again. Technically, they are down in gold, but really nothing to be worried about.
Absolutely not. Herald dropped in the mid lane, also ballooning that there for FE. That should give some gold to Antonio. It did indeed. Up almost, 600 on his enemy jungler there. This top lane, both of them are down a little bit low. Resting in top took the worst end of a trade a couple of minutes ago. Still kind of trying to recover from that. They're pretty even in gold. But yeah, so far, Chaos, I think they're in a pretty good place. It's going to be the Ocean Soul once again. I think that is this game, as well as the last, the win condition that they should be going for.
Yeah, I mean, it's so strong, right? You can't give that sort of away. And I think FE are now understanding, okay, it's Ocean Soul, guys. We don't want to give them this. The question then becomes, do they want to contest 3rd or 4th Drake? If they contest 3rd, they may not have the itemization that they want. It's really how the game plays out until then. 4th is do or die. I mean, we saw last game, they didn't contest 3rd, so they were only going for 4th. And if you don't get the 4th, and you make one mistake trying to approach Soul, which we saw, I mean, one person dies, the game may just be over at that point if everything else is equal. So hopefully they, in my opinion, they can test 3rd instead of 4th. You know, you don't want to rely on being flawless at point in the game.
Antonio could be a little bit caught out. We also saw Schnotty just get solo killed again in the top lane, resting in top, picking up that kill for himself. Antonio is going to be in a lot of trouble right now. Volley coming through. Can he jump himself away? There's no chance to escape. Air 4 picking up the kill on the cat.
That's a little overstated by Antonio. Understanding he had that zillion ult was available, but then when it wears out, you're just a normal summoner again, right? You don't have any of that, defense or whatever you want to call it. So, okay, Radovon's done. Drive by.
No, I mean, yeah, no ult. no survive. We're just engaging the bot lane as well. We're going back to the LPL style. Zizzy is getting outplayed by Warzone on Cogma Sport, really utilizing that passive. Liker running away from that, takes some true damage. Zonks, I think, should have the upper hand for now.
Yeah, Zonks does have that 1v1 advantage into the Senna, but it's a 1-for-1, and I'm not actually sure who got the kill. Air 4 gets away. Here comes M6.
Don't think the horse is going to have anything to do with the giant lumberjack in the top lane. Everybody's going to walk away. Air 4 barely survives, walks himself out with that command protect as well, but a good escape, and Chaos looking a lot stronger than they did 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, and it's mostly because of M6, right? He had so much map pressure. It was just a drive-by lane, like quick swipe and I'm out kind of style on Radovan. So now he is 0-3 on this Zillion. It's not ideal, at least. And now they get to look for more plays across the map. So they're looking for that engage there. Antonio's going to land the spear at the M6 to wave goodbye. And even at bot side, they were finding some success. FE maybe pulling the trigger a little too early. Ashe opting for this essence sweep. They're fighting it top side. I'm not sure if this goes well for Shnati.
Ultimate went down for Wrestling in top already, so there's not a lot of kill threat, I don't think, right now. Shnati, ooh, that E that maybe could have taken that under the tower, but Shnati definitely under some pressure. Gunblade completed for Wrestling in top, so he's going to be healing up a lot. The sustain now very clearly in the favor of the Akali.
Yeah, I mean, Gunblade provides so much lane sustain, so much power. That's Akali's huge power spike, right, is when she gets Gunblade. After that, it's just, itemization that she opts for, but Gunblade is absolute must. So big there for Akali, now going to take over this lane, opted for Darksteel as well. I'm again also kind of I'm curious about the Tiamat from Sion. I'm not sure why you would want to shove waves. Akali's making that play. Antonio is out of the brush. Yeah, whoops. The thumbs up from Zonks. Okay.
Yeah, he's saying hi to him as he stands out of that bush. They did spot Antonio on a ward, actually, that was up the lane farther. So he knew he was in the area, so not as big of a throw as it might have been if he had snuck his way into that brush, but still not ideal. Therefore, the mid lane walks back into the stun. That's a little bit unlucky. Maybe going to have to go for the recall before the fight for Soul Point. Radovan also might be under some threat of getting dove once again. Antonio has arrived to fight against Air 4. That's the shockwave, though, under the tower. Ultimate goes down onto Antonio, but if it's on Antonio, it is not on Radovan. He's going to be dying straight away. Antonio now trying to get away as well, but that is the command attack and some dissonance. Antonio's going to be hearing some dissonance as he is in the death chamber. Once again for himself, the top lane. That's going to have to be the unstoppable onslaught used to get away. Shnati now under tower, resting in top. May have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew as we go straight into the pause.
Yeah, the pause actually comes through. We'll see about the timing and everything of that as we get more information. Other than that, though, it's a big play in mid lane from M6, getting a double kill. You were talking about how the ultimate went onto Antonio, going a little too far, getting caught in the shockwave, getting 2 tower shots put into him, forces that resurrect to be used. M6 sweeping in from the back with that onslaught of shadows, picking up the double. Big play there, not only because they get all that gold funneled into their Hecarim, who now has Triforce. It's Soul Point. Now, if they just secure this Drake, you can just burn it down before Antonio is even alive and Radovan. It's actually a couple second difference. That's really, really huge, right? If you get Soul Point, again, we were talking about how you have to be flawless if that third Drake goes down.
Indeed, we're back into the game. There was a bit of a Discord disconnection, apparently. So we were talking so much about dissonance and Discord that it itself decided to break, I guess, coming through. So that's a little bit unlucky, like you were saying, though. Yeah, if you get the 3rd dragon, then you don't need the 4th dragon to get the soul. You need the 4th dragon, or the 5th dragon, or the 6th dragon, or the 7th dragon to come through for that. And that's just not something you really want to be defending if you are FE, although it looks like they may have to. There's basically no contest.
Yeah, I mean, look at the bottom left, right? Antonio's just... M6 is actually just going to secure this, and Antonio really nowhere to be found, just trying to come from base. Warzar and Zonks are going to roam up, make sure that Zizzy has no way to get onto this Drake. Look at the damage raining from above, and it's an easy secure. Now, maybe they look for the play over the wall. Death Sentence doesn't land. Antonio maybe going to be the one that is getting engaged on. He gets one shot straight away. Zonks picks up that kill. Double teleport coming in as well. Resting in top, and the Lumberjack have joined the fray, but it looks like the fray has fizzled itself out. KS going to now have the inside track on mid lane. They are now also on Soul Point. Radovan taking some damage, though. He's going to get hit by the shockwave, going very, very low. Has the ultimate on himself. Will they take him down with it? Yes, they will. He gets procced into that. Resting in top. Maybe he's trying to go for kill. Could get knocked up at the Scion Q. Death Sentence onto him as well. Going very low down at half HP. Can he keep himself alive? Goes out. There's the Dawning Shadow across. Will pick up the kill. Lycra now on a killing spree. The only strong member for his team right now, but the mid lane is getting shoved in. KS taking the inner tower. Yeah, and it's a double TP there from both laners. I'm not sure what both top laners. I'm not sure why FE actually pulled the trigger when they've already lost the Drake. The only thing they can get is, you know, like a free pick, which I don't think is worth actually losing your TP. I think Sion can have some sort of presence in this lane if he does have Tiamat. He can actually be pushing waves, but they opt to pull the trigger. They get a kill for it. To be fair, good death sentence by Zizzy. I'm not sure if that was actually a blind death sentence. No, there's actually a controller in that brush. So just a good death sentence overall from him. As Rift Herald is started up. Mid lane was pressured. There's so much map pressure now for KS. Zonx is going to put a couple autos into Antonio. Here we go. Oh, dead.
Antonio is gone. He was putting some autos into him, and then Antonio just fell over and died. Lycro barely escapes the fear from the Onslaught of Shadows as they get themselves away, but that's the Herald for M6. Objectives firmly in KS's control.
Yeah, good lantern away by Zizzy, making sure he gets to safety, and we're Lycro's the only strong member of FE right now. Everyone else is not doing too hot for themselves. I mean, 0-4, 1-3 top, not looking too great. Antonio is not, you know, going to be the playmaker this game either. So it's really on Lycro. But the problem for FE is Senna is not the hyper carry that you rely on. She's not consistent, you know, damage like an Aphelios or something when he was 200 years broken. It's Senna who auto attacks from a very long range away, so she is quite safe. But she doesn't have that big damage that you can burn down a tank with, and it's going to be a really hard time to kill this Hecarim when he's just diving on top of her. I mean, if those death sentence, or excuse me, if those lanterns do come through, then maybe there's a chance, but it's looking awfully grim now as they're on soul point. They're already 7k gold ahead. I mean, this gold lead has accrued just from literally every skirmish that's gone on, so it's a big win now for KS. All they have to do is secure one more Drake, and we can probably write this series off as a 2-0 for KS.
I think you probably can. Yeah, Senna can be a hyper carry. She takes a lot longer than a lot of other carries because she doesn't rely on items. She mostly just relies on time to scale up with the souls. And if Senna's able to get to 140 souls, if she has 850 base range, 4 or 5 items, yeah, she can 2-shot carries from the backline. But that's not really a place that you want to have to get to because that's not going to come through for another 25 minutes. By that point, the soul's probably going to have gone over. Now we're seeing that arrow combo. Volley comes through as well. Antonio, no chance. Warzar picking up that kill with living artillery. Radovan also in some trouble as well. Air 4 dodging away from that. The dive into the tower. Onslaught of Shadows. They don't even care about the Zillion ultimate. We're going to see the Lantern come through. This could just be the full turret dive, though. Radovan, no way to get away. The flash, not even going to be enough. M6 is so persistent. Resting in top, did die on the top side, trying to go for a bit of a tower dive. That's not what you like to see at all. Zizzy looking for a bit of support. It's only going to come in the form of Lycra, who's cut off by M6 under this tower. The Herald even joining in the tower dive a little bit here. M6 is rooted up, but nothing to sneeze at there. And Zonx in the mid lane is just pushing in Chaos full of pressure right now.
They had Zizzy boxed under that tower, you know, pun intended. To be fair, and he gets away just because they sort of relieve that backside pressure, and he gets back to his base. But the base is in shambles now. Shelly's charging onto inhibitor number 1. It's bot side inhib. There's minions crashing into inhib number 2. Air 4. Okay, you're dead,
Zizzy getting himself away, but Antonio just died where he stood. Air 4 gets the phase rush off that shockwave that got the kill as well. Very clean there. Incredibly well played by KS right now. Inhibitor going down this early in the game. You know, some people say it could be a problem giving away the farm. I tend to think it's very, very strong, especially this dragon coming up. This is going to be the soul point. The Baron on the table as well, starting to become an objective. They take that relatively quickly. KS, I think they are very, very close to putting the final nail in FE's coffin.
Yeah, the nail is in. They just need to bring the hammer down, actually, at this point. Like, it's already lined up. They just need to secure this final Drake. It's up in 20 seconds. You can only assume that KS are going to grab this Drake. It's 7 towers to 0 KS to FE, so they have 0 map pressure at all. I mean, waves are being crashed in. Inhibitor on the bot side is down. There's nothing protecting this mid inhibitor. I mean, if they do actually want to contest this Drake, if they just shove in the wave, there could be a possibility of a backdoor. Like, there's so many things you have to worry about at this point for FE, right? Waves, backdoors, Ocean Soul, everything is stacking up now in favor of KS. They just need to secure this last Drake, which is being secured right now. It's Ocean Soul, not even contested, and KS looking to secure the series in a very dominant fashion. Lycro can only do so much this game. It's a big, big win for KS. They're looking to move on into the further rounds of playoffs.
Absolutely. And Chaos setting up this rematch with Lethal Rage. We can talk about that more later if they do close out this game. It looks like we might have a bit of a fight right now. M6 going in towards Antonio. That is so much damage. The Cat taken down already. Air 4 on a rampage picking up that kill. Now they're just trying to find a bit of solace under their tower. Fantastic eSports not looking like they're living up to the name right now. Radovan taking some pressure. Phase rush proc for Air 4 to get himself away. Zizzy, the death sentences just are not landing. Chaos can just peel away and pick up this Baron as well as that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and it's a lot of poke from Warzar and Antonio. We were talking about whether Middle East like a hit or miss style champion, and I guess this game it was a miss, right? You didn't get ahead enough. You're behind in farm to hack room, so you're not power farming the way that you should be. And it's a good game from M6. I mean, he's 6-0 to be fair, kind of to boot with the name. And they're gonna get Baron, Lantern away, poke coming through, and it is secured by M6. And it's looking like doomsday scenarios now as Warzar steps up.
Radovan almost got soloed by a support. The support talking about working out. You know, everybody here thought it was a bit troll. It turns out it's actually kind of cooking with gas right now coming through for this. And I said I wanted to see Antonio, you know, prove he had 9 lives. I met with the Zillion ultimates, but he's going the manual route on the Cat. Just not the game that he was hoping for. It is so feast or famine on the Italy, right? If he got if he had gotten a couple of kills in the early game, this could look like a very different game, right? If he's able to solo out M6, that really could have turned the tide. The junglers have been so important in this series and in these playoffs, and just in League in general. We're going to see the fight. You're going to have to hold that thought. Wrestling at top is already gone. Arrows down as well. Chaos have bungled this engage a little bit more than they would have been hoping for. Air 4 zooming himself away with the phase rush, dives into the javelin at the end of the day. They did pick up the inhibitor though, so it's not all bad for Chaos. They do lose the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they get the inhib, but I mean, I was almost thinking about giving some hype to FE, like, okay, pick. Maybe they can hold on for a little longer, wait for the inhibs to spawn. 3.5 minutes now until Elder. Maybe they could try to coin flip that. They got some way back into the game, but realistically, I mean, Chaos literally could push into the base now, take this third inhib, and the game would, I mean, be over by every stretch of the mean. And here we go. They're just going to push now, try to force the fight. Where's the M6?
They may go for this fight. Teleport available on resting in top as well. He can rejoin this fight. Warzar, Lycro getting sniped out by the living artillery. You need to open your eyes. Lycro is gone from the map right now. That carry is off the table. Who's going to do the damage right now as well, right? There's nobody left. It was just the Senna. They're pushing on towards the Nexus turrets. Kraljev Serbia coming back in a big way after their defeat yesterday to Lethal Rage. They are setting themselves up for a best of 5 rematch in the losers bracket final. Chaos going to go 2-0 over Fantastic Esports. They themselves are eliminated. Chaos are moving on to that 3rd place match.
That was well deserved by Chaos. Not once did we ever doubt their ability to win these games, and it's such clean League of Legends from Chaos. Game 1 and Game 2 closing out very easily. Just getting Ocean Soul kind of luckily both games, but Drake stacking always a smart idea. Super good League of Legends from Chaos. I'm really glad we got to see them perform today, because now going into that rematch, we get to see them sort of have that rebounded confidence now coming off this series, and super good stuff from Chaos. Glad to see them do that. To FE, I think there was a little bit of hesitation we were talking about earlier, things that didn't go well. You need to be able to pull the trigger at certain times, knowing itemization spikes, power spikes. You can't just let the game roll over. Maybe they were just nervous, right? We were talking about the mental game going into all of this. Do you have the mental nerve to say, yes, I'm gonna make the play right here, right now? I'm not sure if they did. It's KS at the end of the day that had that mental fortitude to pull it out.
They did absolutely have that mental fortitude to pull it out. And, you know, we talked about what was so important in both these series. It was the jungling, right? M6 on Volibear, on the hack room in that last game, really popping off. Super great jungle control. Objectives, almost every epic monster went in favor of Chaos in this series, made a huge impact on the game, and it is M6 that is your MVP and the interviewee, which we're going to be back in 5 minutes to chat with M6. Should be a good conversation. We'll be right back.
Suck me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Fill in the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. Your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. You're keeping me from feeling all alone. I've been praying to 1,000 different stars, to 1,000 different arms, till I found you. I've been chasing by 1,000 different hearts, to 1,000 million hours. Now I found you. My nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. Your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. Let me breathe you, take you down into my lungs, while we dance into the sun. Now that I found you, you're a part of me, now I can't let you go. You're the heartbeat of my soul. Now that I found you, my nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. Your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones. Your music gets me through the highs.
Welcome back, everybody, following our second semifinal, or second playoff game, I should say, of the day between Kraljevic Serbia and Fantastic Esports. We are now joined by the jungler for Chaos, M6, although we've been told that we've been saying his name wrong the entire season, so thanks for letting us know, everybody. We're going to work on that one for Saturday, and we promise nothing but an effort, at least, is what we're going to be going for on that one. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing after that one. I think I played really well today.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty hard to feel bad after a very dominant 2-0. I'm going to toss it over to my co-caster, Necrox, for some questions about the game.
Yeah, so obviously a very dominant performance from you in the jungle. I guess we'll just go chronologically. Game 1, Volibear was the lock-in. I mean, he's been nerfed recently, so maybe a little bit of questioning there. But, I mean, overall, Drake stacking was so big for your team. Is that something you guys did intentionally in Game 1 and 2? Or is it something that just kind of happened because of the way the game played out?
I mean, we always try to get as many objectives as possible, obviously, but just because we were dominant today, we managed to get a lot more than we would normally get.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, obviously you guys have a lot of map pressure across the board. I wanted to talk about a couple things that happened in that Volibear game. There was a couple plays where we thought that things were just getting really scrappy across the board, teams getting caught out, maybe your top laner overextending a little bit a couple times. Did you guys feel that the game was clean from your end, or did you feel that it was kind of scrappy in the beginning?
I think there's definitely always some things to work on, but overall I feel like we always had it in our control and there was never a point where we were going to lose, so overall solid.
Okay, yeah, I would absolutely agree. I think we were talking actually at the end of the cast that we never thought there was a point where you guys were not going to win, so it's fair. In the second game, Hecarim is lock for you, and that's a huge pick in the current meta. That champion is absolutely broken. I'm sure you can kind of tell after playing, and you make it look so incredibly busted. Is Hecarim something that you enjoy playing, or is that something that you pick just because it's really strong right now?
I think a little bit of both, definitely. He fits my playstyle quite well, and as well as the team's playstyle, but there's other champions I can go for as well, but just today he seemed really good.
Okay. I think it certainly worked out today. Hopefully it continues to work out for your team in the future. Last question for me, M6, is on game number as well. Senna on the enemy team ended up working pretty well, actually, for them. Were you worried at any point that the Senna was going to become an issue for your team, or did you just think, okay, we have a lead in every other lane because you were absolutely killing it, or did you think possibly that Senna could become an issue for you guys?
I don't think she was ever gonna become that much of an issue that we would lose. Like, as you said, we were ahead in other lanes, and also our draft was really good into her, so there was nothing she could really do this game.
So, actually, I lied. I have one more question. Kog'Maw support. I don't think I can go the interview without asking this. Just please explain it to me. Why Kog'Maw? Is this practiced? Give me all the details.
I mean, it came as much of a surprise to us as it did to you. Warzer just called it out, and we went with it because we trust our teammates, and it worked out. So.
Yeah, that does not surprise me. Congratulations on your win. Absolutely killer performance in the jungle on both games. You absolutely deserve the win. Good luck in your future matches. Right back to you, y'all.
Thank you very much, Necrox. We do have a few questions about the playoffs in general, if we can pull the brackets back up on the screen here. Shortly, you guys have set yourself up for a rematch with Lethal Rage. You guys didn't look great, I think it's fair to say, against them yesterday. Your Bruiser top lane kind of got countered out by Craving's AD carries top. How are you feeling going into this longer series? How confident are you that you can make it a little bit more competitive than last time?
I'm definitely feeling a lot more confident this time. I think we learned a lot from playing against them yesterday, and we're gonna come back a lot stronger.
Sounds good to me. And if you do beat them in 2 days, on Saturday, in that best of 5, you'll set up a showdown against Lauganma, the Titans of the league. How are you feeling about that matchup?
We'll see who the Titans are after we beat them.
Okay, strong words here. Do you have any shout-outs? Anybody you want to shout out? What do you want to say to your fans out there, your teammates? The floor is yours.
I'm just really grateful for all the friends that actually tuned in today to the stream, and my girlfriend as well. And thank you, everyone that's there for me.
Fair enough. We have one more question. Before we get into Saturday's game, can you give everybody a demonstration on how to actually say your name?
It's pronounced Mumsu.
There it is. We got that in the VOD now. We can study it. We're going to work on that before Saturday. I'm sure Baymax will be thrilled to have pronunciation homework before that. But thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in your games.
Thank you.
Indeed. And with that, we're going to be moving on to the conclusion of today's broadcast, but never fear, we will be back in 2 days on Saturday, the 29th of August. It's going to be Lethal Rage taking on Kingdom Serbia at 1700, our new normal start time. That will be a best of 5, the losers bracket final. The winner of that will qualify for the grand finals Sunday morning at the same time. Sunday afternoon, I should say, at the same time against Lauganma. The loser will go home in third place with €250. It's going to be very exciting. We've seen the rematch before, and it's going to be a good time. Lethal Rage, they looked dominant against KS in their first series, but KS looked dominant today. Both these teams, have some momentum, right? Lethal Rage from the last series, KS from their series today. It's a best of 5. I cannot wait for that. That will be myself and Baymax. He'll be back finally from his educational break Saturday afternoon, 1700 Central European summertime. But with that being said, just a shout out also to Necrox for filling in this week. Thank you so much for being here, sir.
Oh yeah, no problem. Always a pleasure casting for you. Good luck to Kess and the rest of their games, and make sure to tune back into Howling eSports. They've got some really great action coming up. I know they have some special things planned, so definitely stay tuned.
Thank you very much, Necrox. You can find his Instagram there on the screen. Actually, it's gone. Just kidding. You can know it's back. That is his Instagram there below his name, and my Twitter below mine. Of course, I also just like to honor the duck today. That was very, very cool. Shout out to the observers and everybody else here that makes this broadcast as fun as it is. But with that being said, on behalf of myself, my colorcaster Necrox, and the entire live broadcast crew here at the Howling eSports organization, we thank you all so much for watching, and we hope to see you on Saturday. Good night.
Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite lights. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. So alive, your touch is like a daylight, burning on my skin. It turns me on again. You and I, survivors of the same kind, but we're the only ones dancing on the sun. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite lights. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite.
Diamonds are forever, but all we need is just tonight. A monumental tremors that can freeze the speed of light. Just like particles that's falling from heaven, all over the stars. Hear you calling for me, hear you calling me on the phone.
Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels so right. So baby,